We had an amazing day yesterday. Yes? It was great, right? And I'm sure we're going to close out our 3-day summit in fine style. I want to ask everyone to just take their seats. We're just about ready to begin. And if you're just joining us and today is your first day, welcome. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for being here as we embark on the final day of the Future of Work and Productivity Summit under the theme Bridging the Gap, Education, Skills, and Economic Transformation, hosted by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I know that the Honorable Minister Norman Dunn is here with us. He joined us virtually yesterday, but he's actually here physically this morning. He had some duties in Peru. So the Honorable Minister Norman Dunn, thank you so much for being here this morning. But so far, we have experienced 2 days of compact information, insightful presentations, and meaningful discussions, right? Yes, you agree? About the importance of tapping into the rapid changes we are currently experiencing in this digital era. And of course, how we can collaborate with our agencies, build that framework that is necessary, the underlying system for the movement towards productivity. Of course, bridging the gaps as well for a productive future by creating those important opportunities and upskilling workers while creating a decent workspace, right? So we delved into all of that yesterday because guess what? The future of work is technologically driven, especially in this digital age. Therefore, the labor market must be able to tap into what we're experiencing now and, of course, utilize whatever opportunities we have before us, especially those about artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and e-commerce to transform and enable a more productive Jamaica. So, today, we will be exploring in more detail a topic that I think it's a topic of conversation on a lot of persons' lips. Artificial intelligence, right? Transforming and driving productivity in the workplace using this tool. So, I think it's only fitting for us to get into our first presentation, and we're going to be kicking things off discussing empowering transformation, resourcing for productivity. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the chairman of the board of the JPC, Mr. Omar Azan. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Azan, are you ready for us? Because we are ready for you. Yes, we're excited to hear from you this morning. Make him feel welcome, ladies and gentlemen. One more time for our chairman, board of the JPC, Mr. Omar Azan.
I always have to adjust the mask because I'm a little shorter than most. But thank God we have a short minister with us today, so we're on even ground. Morning, everybody. If you don't mind, before I start, I'd like to just say a quick prayer. Normally we start. This is not on the agenda, but if you don't mind. Lord, we just thank you for this day. We thank you for this Ministry of Labor, Lord, and the ministers and PSAs and all the staff members. Lord, we just lift up this summit this weekend, Lord, this week. And we just pray that it will branch out into our society of people. We pray that it will be a blessing to many, that Jamaica will grow from strength to strength with increasing in our productivity and using of all the future technology that's available to us. We ask your guidance and blessing over this room, this people, and our country. In Jesus' name, amen. Sorry, guys, that wasn't on the agenda, but I was just led to say a quick prayer for us. Minister Dunn, State Minister in the Ministry of Labor, welcome. By the way, just to say that he's probably the best dressed minister in Jamaica. I mean, when you see his bow tie, by the way, where is he? I don't see him here. Is he in the room doing an interview? But I love his bow tie, and he looked very bossy this morning. Our PS, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, thanks for being here again today. You spent the entire day with us. We appreciate you being here with us. Members of the Advisory Board of the Jamaica Productive Center. Let me just find where I am. Here we go. Yes. Our Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Tamara Nelson, panelists and guests of the AC Marriott Hotel, and those joining us online, good morning, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to everyone here today as we convene to discuss a critical element of our national progress, the nexus of skills development and digital transformation. In keeping with this week's theme, that of bridging the innovation and productivity gaps, educational skills, and economic transformation, let us examine the powerful role that digital skills and continuous learning play in our nation's advancement. Yesterday ended with a panel highlighting the urgent need to upskill our workforce. This message cannot be overstated. The 2023 World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs survey underscores this necessity, revealing that 4 of 10 workers experience disruption in their skills. 6 in 10 need upskilling, yet only half can do so. This signifies a profound challenge that we must address collectively as a nation. Our journey is far from complete, and we have a long way to go. According to the 2019 Global Competitiveness Report, Jamaica ranks 93 out of 141 countries in ICT adoption and digital skills. This shows a significant opportunity for improvement, one that we must take advantage of to ensure our workforce remains competitive and capable in a rapidly evolving global landscape. Empowering transformation takes a holistic approach to skills development. This journey starts with primary and secondary education, extending through tertiary and vocational training, and continues with lifelong learning opportunities. And I remember there's one panelist that stated yesterday that we need to even think of how we transform our educational system to match the global world that's out there today. Continuous improvements must be our mantra, enabling our Jamaica to continue and contribute meaningful to our economy at every stage of their career. Digitalization offers us a unique opportunity to free up time and energy. It also broadens access to learning and to work via non-traditional avenues and frontier industries. It allows for a more diverse and participatory labor force and creates workplaces that harness the full spectrum of our nation's talent. Today, as we convene for a final day of the Future of Work and Productivity Summit, consider how our future lies in our ability to empower transformation through skill development and digital innovation. Listen to how every speech, every panel, every question and answers are addressed in these areas. We should take time to celebrate productivity and innovation successes. Yet we must also think about bridging our skills and digital future so workers can sustain productivity and seize opportunity ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that this is a great start coming out to the Ministry of Labor. I know it started with our Prime Minister, now it's gone to the Ministry of Labor, and it's feeding into the Ministry of Industry. Minister Hill was here yesterday. And I think from here, each and every one of you have your part to play in disseminating a lot of the stuff you heard yesterday, today, or the day before. And we expect that every Jamaican will start to play their part in getting Jamaica in such a competitive way, because we can do everything we need to do to have the best tourism sector, to have the best manufacturing sector. But if we're not productive as a nation in every sector, in every aspect of our lives, even at home, And I gave this story about my son. Every morning he used to fumble to get ready to be on time. And you know, being on time is part of being productive. So I said to him, Jace, you need to ensure your uniforms are out, your shoes are clean, your bags are packed the day before. And if we can train up from that early stage to get him to be early, every morning he's now ready before me to leave the house in the morning. So just little things like that that we can do as a nation, as a family, as a father, as a mother, as a caretaker, whoever it is, to get our lives productive, we need to do. We hope you enjoyed today. Minister, I want you to just stand. I was bigging you up with your best dress. I think you got an increase in your uniform allowance when you got your increased salary. But Minister, please stand for us, please. We didn't have you yesterday. We wanted to big you up for being here with us today. Thank you. Turn around and show them the bow tie. Thank you all and enjoy the day. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mr. Omar Azan. You touched on a number of important points. Of course, upskilling is definitely necessary, especially those digital skills. Even as some workers have limited opportunities to do so, we still need to intervene at all stages. So thank you so much, Chairman. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned him earlier. We thank him for being here we thank him for being here this morning as well. I know our chairman also, big him up because his suit and bow tie is very crisp and clean. He'll be our keynote speaker this morning, ladies and gentlemen, touching on the topic of people-centered productivity development. And we're going to be exploring an approach to international development that focuses on improving communities, of course, with the people at the center of it all. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome our speaker, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, State Minister in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Good morning, everyone. I said the chairman trying to set me up very early. It's too early, chairman. But I'd like to recognize, of course, our chairman, Sazan, our permanent secretary, the members of the board, representative from ILO, as well as IDB, our exhibitors all lined out in the back, other distinguished persons who are here today, our interpreter that shows how inclusive we are in what we do, and persons online, a pleasant good morning again. Now, today we are exploring the topic people-centered productivity development. And I must say, although I was not here for the previous 2 days, I watched as much as I could online. And let me tell you, I was so proud of the speakers, the participants, the presentations, and the questions that were asked. And it shows that we are, in fact, very much interested not just in this topic, but to answer this particular question about the future of work. Now, the way I'm going to do it, I just said to Pierce a while ago, I'm going to try something that's a little different in the presentation here today. And I want to start with a song. And this song I remember singing when I was very young. And most of you would have sung this particular song. And there's a P in there, which I'm going to substitute eventually. So can we have it? You see, if I could sing it, I would just go ahead and sing. Ready? All right, so what this song speaks about is, I believe...
When I grow up, I like to be a pilot. Hey, when I grow up, I would like to be a cricketer. A doctor. A teacher.
Could you have some volume, please?
We are all going to fulfill our potential, and that's a promise. I am a promise. I am a possibility.
But you know the song?
I am a promise with a capital P. I am a great big bundle of potentiality. Oh yes, and I'm learning to hear God's voice, and I'm trying to make the right choice. I am a promise to be anything God wants me to be. I am a promise, I am a possibility, I am a promise, promise with a capital P. I am a great big bundle of potentiality. Oh yes.
All right, so what I'm trying to convey is that inherent in all of us is a possibility. But we are much more than that now. And this is where productivity comes into play. Because we need to start having this concept of productivity to be a complete part of who we are. So I stand here, of course, thanking the organizers, which of course were CTD Nelson. CTD Nelson, our small team from JPC. And of course, Ad Intelligent for putting this all together. So I'd like to really thank them for this. But in getting the presentation together, there's a picture I'm going to put up now, and I want to ask persons if they know who this picture is. That picture on your left, who is that? Is that person here? Where is he? Dr. Henry, could you stand? This is Dr. Henry. And why I'm mentioning this, I remember, if you can look carefully at the date of that article, I think it was in October last year. And I remember walking into the office of Minister Charles, and he said, you see what I'm always talking about? Because while productivity is around and the concept has been around for a while, I believe that the Prime Minister set the tone in so many ways in driving this conversation of productivity, and you will hear it in most of the messages that he has, speaking about productivity, and he even mentioned it at the biennial conference in Montego Bay. So when Minister Charles came in with this article, he said this is something that he has been working on for a while, and here is an article in the paper just at the right time speaking about this. And we decided that we're going to put together a productivity summit. Other entities I know is in this frame of mind now, because even on my visit to the United Nations last week, speaking on disabilities, and the conference was on disabilities, the future of work, in what they call the Summit of the Future, is what everyone now is speaking about, because there are so much things that are changing right in front of our eyes. Right in front of our eyes each day. But as Jamaicans, I believe we are, in fact, a special people. A special people. to the extent that we influence so many things that happens across the world. And here I'll show another video of the leader at that time of the free world, Barack Obama, in his visit to Jamaica. And what that video does is this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Greetings, Massive. Hey. Wagwan, Jamaica.
So, did anybody remember this? Yes. So, of course, he's influenced a lot by our language, our culture. He has even a playlist. But then, I believe there was somebody else in that room that when he asked the question, Massive Wagwan, in true Jamaican style, there's somebody I believe would have been in the back of that room would say, not Nagwan. Because this is just us. We have an answer to almost everything. So, in saying not Nagwan, that is not true, because here we are today speaking about the most important topic called productivity. So, something Nagwan. And it's for us, not just Dr. Lewis, but for us generally, with our productivity ambassadors, and I placing on the table that each Jamaican should now become a productivity ambassador. Must. The Prime Minister made a point again at the conference in Montego Bay. No matter how much, and we see it in so many cases, that we can increase salaries, but it will never be enough to drive the growth of this country unless productivity is an important part of that equation. And again, to show the influence that Jamaicans have, and as I said, I want persons to start putting their mind together that we need to lead this conversation here about productivity, because the world looks at us, and the world, in most cases, see us as leaders. There was a presentation I was watching online on a research day. And when the graph was shown about productivity in a different region, there was one graph in red with Latin America and the Caribbean, and it was just like this. You have countries that are going like this, but we are like this. And when you look at the Jamaican case, although I don't think it was shown in that particular graph, but you'd have heard speakers mention that the productivity in Jamaica is actually down. Down. So we have to get to that stage where this word and the action and activities that requires us to be productive to become the norm of the day. It must become the norm. It cannot just be a conversation that we have in forums like these. It must be something that we speak about every day. And each person can be productive in their own right. Doesn't matter who you are. I know Omar gives the story about a table that he bought. And he had many workers, and the workers would cut the thing in a particular way. And he bought this table so that they could be more efficient and productive in what they do in terms of cutting the. And they almost create a riot in the workplace. Because persons were just not willing to adjust to the new realities that productivity must drive what you do. And as we speak about that, and I said that as a country, we have to lead the discussion, and we have to lead the action as far as us in the Caribbean is concerned. And again, in visiting the UN and both in Peru, where I just came up from last night, people are looking to Jamaica strangely. Because they believe we can do it, because we are punching above our weights all the time. So I'll play another video now to demonstrate just that.
Okay, come on, what's the answer to the joke? Okay, ask it one more time. Okay, the joke is, what do you get when you combine the leadership of Kamala Harris with the humor of Sarah Cooper? No one's going to get it. No, okay, what is it? The answer is, you
All
get
right,
one
so
whole Jamaican.
we're having some challenge. We're having some challenges with it, but I don't know if anybody has seen this video. This was a conversation Kamala Harris was having on a radio, I think it was a television show, where the participant, the interviewer has a Jamaican background. And in her conversation, she made a profound statement. A profound statement. Because they were asking her about her Jamaican roots, etc. And the profound statement was that when she mentioned that Jamaica is a big country on a small island. That's how people view us. We're viewed far greater than who we are. We punch way above our weight. We're great in music. We're great in sports. We're great at producing, I believe it was that magazine, they do history. What's it called? The magazine. That they ranked Jamaica, I believe, the 4th country in the world. Geographic, yes. The 4th, National Geographic, the 4th country in the world in terms of our food. And as I mentioned, food, there's something that goes to why we do so well with some of these things. It's because when you look at our climate, they have indicated that Jamaica is actually in a sweet spot. It's called a microclimate. And that's the reason why we produce so much things naturally. Whether it's yam, whether it's bananas, it doesn't matter. Whether it's cannabis, it does not matter because of that microclimate that God has given us. So we are way above our weight almost immediately. Then, of course, as you can see with our tourism product, 2 million persons in 5 months, earning $2 billion. People want to come to Jamaica. Let me give you 2 examples. So I must confess, I watch TikTok, yes? Love to watch TikTok. Learn so much from it. Because I have to be in tune with what is going on as well. And I was watching one where there's a gentleman who was in China, black man in China. And the black man was speaking, and he was speaking Chinese fluently. And the Chinese get around him. So I don't know if anybody here has been to China, but when you go to China, I don't know if it's changing now. About 10 years ago, I went to China, and people would come up to me literally and want to touch me. They would come and they barely want to touch you because they wonder if you're real. So when a black person is in China speaking the Chinese language, people are in awe. And they ask the man, "Where are you from?" And the man said he's from Africa. I know what the Chinaman said to him? If Africa is a part of Jamaica. That's who we are. Then on my way back yesterday, I was at the airport. And the gentleman that was checking me at the counter, he looked at me and it said that I need to fill out this particular form, which I didn't remember I have to fill out this online form. So he told me where to go and look it up online. And I went and did it. And he said he has been to Antigua. I said, that's a very nice country. He said he has been to St. Lucia. So yeah, that's a very nice country. But he said the country that he really wants to go is Jamaica. So I told him immediately, there's a flight, Latam's off on a flight in December, straight flight to Jamaica, so you can come. The point I'm making is that I'm going through all of this before I even start speaking about what I want to talk about. Because I want you to understand that we are at a pivotal point in time. That people are looking to us. And therefore we need to create this new environment in Jamaica. That from the child is in school growing up, they understand that for us to be a wealthy country, not just of possibilities and productivity, but prosperity, we need to do things right. On the first go, labor productivity. On the first go. So the more we start having these things as a culture, then it means that it will become a part of us in what we do. And including in what we do, because the productivity that we seek is for everyone. The inclusivity that we want is for everyone, including persons with disability. And I will always speak about persons with disabilities because we have to be our brother's keepers, and we have to ensure that we bring them into the fold. They don't want pity. They want possibilities because they are very productive people. And there's a particular bank here that is fostering that. And there was a BPO organization that asked for 200 persons with physical disabilities because they know how productive these people can be. So it's not just us, it's all these persons that we are building and we are including into this concept of productivity. So therefore, one of the things I would like from our ministry, PS and JPC, is that it's not just a conversation of productivity any at all, not just that. But if you notice, I wear my Jamaican pin because it has to start somewhere now. It has to start from who we are because people are looking at us already and has determined who we are. We are trendsetters, we are innovators, we are creators. So I believe coming out of JPC, and we have just designed a new logo that I'm hoping that CT Nelson will work with us on, is that I believe that every member of staff of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security must wear a Jamaican pin and must wear the productivity logo. Must wear a Jamaican pin and must wear a Jamaican, the productivity logo. Because we must start here. We are the ministry that drives it, so we must, it's people-centered ministry, so we must start at home. And I believe, I'm hoping that Minister Charles is not here as yet, but I also believe when it comes to things going to the cabinet, I believe that every single child in Jamaica, just like how they wear a crest for the school that they go, you must have a crest that says Jamaica on it too. It must start somewhere. So every child, no matter which school you go, they must have the little Jamaica. You realize how the police now have it on their clothes? Every policeman have it on their clothes now. Every military person have it on their clothes now. So every child going to school should have it on their clothes. This is our country. Let persons see what we're doing and how we're leading. And this productivity mantra must become of what we are and what we do. So it's an honor to speak before you at this Future of Work and Productivity Summit, where we gather to explore the path towards a future that harmonizes technological advancement with human potential. Our theme today, People-Centered Productivity, reminds us of the fundamental truth that people are the heart of productivity. As we look to the future, It is therefore crucial to ensure that our strategies and innovations empower individuals and community. The foundation of a productive society is a robust education system that prepares individuals for the challenges of tomorrow. Traditional education models, often too rigid and standardized, must evolve to embrace personalized learning. Adaptive learning technologies, which tailors educational content to the individual needs of each student and providing opportunities that proves to be game-changing. For instance, platforms such as Khan Academy and Coursera uses AI to provide customized learning experiences, helping students to master subject at their own pace. Moreover, integrating practical skills into the curriculum is essential. Schools and universities should collaborate with industries to ensure that the skills being taught are relevant to the job market. Programs that combines theoretical knowledge with hands-on experience, such as internship and cooperative education, can significantly enhance a student's readiness for the workforce. Technology is a powerful enabler of productivity, but its true potential is realized when it enhances human capabilities rather than replace it. In the workplace, tools that automate routine tasks frees up time for employees to focus on creative and strategic initiatives. For example, project management software like Asana or Trello streamlines collaborations, allowing teams to work more efficiently and effectively. Artificial intelligence, machine learning are revolutionizing ways, sector by sector, by providing predictive insight and automating complex processes. In healthcare, AI-driven diagnostic tools assist doctors in identifying diseases with greater accuracy, leading to better patient outcome. And I pause here because there's something that is happening, and I want to really congratulate and thank both the ILO and the IDB for partnering with Jamaica all the time. Because they're working on a project right now that I don't know how many persons are aware of it in the healthcare sector, where they're digitizing patient records. By just that one stroke, you can understand the level of productivity that will happen almost overnight. Just by digitizing patient records, because here you can share across the different disciplines in medicine to allow for the diagnosis and the diagnostic tools that is more appropriate to be used at any given time, so that the patient, you, me, us, are dealt with on a timely manner in the most appropriate way. That's productivity. So I want to big up the the IDB on this particular project. So these technologies do not diminish the role of healthcare professionals, but rather augment their capabilities, enabling them to provide higher quality of care. A productive workforce is one that is continuously evolving and adapting to new challenges. This requires a culture of continuous improvement and lifelong learning. Organizations should therefore invest in ongoing training and development programs that helps employees to upskill and reskill, and HEART is doing a lot of that right now. Platforms such as LinkedIn Learning and Udemy offers a plethora of courses that can be tailored to individual career path. Moreover, fostering an environment that encourages innovation and creativity is crucial. Companies such as Google and Trim, allows employees to dedicate a portion of their time to work on a project of their own choosing, not the company's choosing. We have a clear example here. This not only boosts morale, but also groundbreaking innovation that can drive productivity. The rapid pace of technological changes means that the skill requires for the job market are constantly evolving. Traditional learning programs must be agile and responsive to these changes. Micro industries, certifications, and how we certify those micro-industrial. Again, we see Heart is doing it now that by visiting these sites to certify people. They don't wait until they come into a classroom anymore. These are crucial steps. And by offering short, focused training on specific skills can be more effective than traditional degree programs in some contexts. These programs allow individuals to quickly gain expertise needed to adapt to the new changes in technologies. Additionally, mentorship. And I know Amber System, again, is a company that we are so grateful for because they're bridging this technology and the innovation gap by doing coding and offering the academy that persons can, in fact, upskill themselves. This company in Jamaica, that is now an international company, Amber Group. Additionally, mentorship, as I mentioned, and peer-to-peer learning can be powerful tools of professional development, creating opportunities for employees to learn and to share from each other so that best skills and best practices can be owned, providing a more skilled and cohesive workforce. So as we move forward, our focus must remain on creating systems and environment that prioritizes the well-being and development of individuals, people-centered individuals. People-centered productivity is not just about increasing output, but about enabling people to reach their full potential. So as we go on over these days and the last day here, by investing in education, leveraging technology to augment human abilities, cultivating a culture of continuous learning, and providing agile training, we can build a future where productivity and human flourishing goes hand in hand together. Let us therefore commit to a future where productivity is not just measured by efficiency of our systems, but by the empowerment and the fulfillment of our people. Thank you very much.
State Minister Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn. One more time for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. The fundamental truth, people, we are the heart of productivity, and we are a promise, and we still need productivity as well, right? And through productivity development, the aim is to meet the challenges, that the modern organizations face, and of course, empower employees with everything that they need to be productive. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take a short break. We do have refreshments on the outside. Remember, we have bathrooms to the right and to the left of the room. And for all the posts that you are making today, please remember to use the hashtags FOWPS, hashtag MLSS Jamaica, hashtag Future of Work JA, and hashtag Jamaica Productivity Center. And you can also tag the ministry at MLSS Jamaica and at Jamaica Productivity. Of course, I do need to acknowledge my sign language interpreters today. Please give them a round of applause. They've been doing an amazing job. because we are big on inclusivity. So I do have to thank Marvisha Goodgame Chin. She joined us today. And of course, Michaela Cohen. She's been with us over the last few days. So thank you so much, ladies. All right, so we're going to take a short break. Please refresh yourselves, get some coffee, some tea, some pastry as well. And then we're going to be resuming shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume. So I'm kindly asking you to take your seats as we head into our next presentation, Driving Productivity Workplaces with AI. Is the cost worth the benefit? So I'm kindly asking you to just take your seats. Our next speaker is ready to go. Of course, we do have to thank our sponsors, because without them, we would not be here today. So thank you so much to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the Jamaica Productivity Center, Compete Caribbean, IDB, CNW Business. They've provided the internet services over the past 2 days, on our third day as well. Heart NSTA Trust, the University of Technology, Boss Furniture for the lovely seats that you are sitting on, Incomex, EduHub, Check, Adtelligent, Incos, Avanza. Am I forgetting anybody? I hope not. CariMed, with some lovely prizes and gift baskets as well. So thank you so much to our sponsors. We have some AR and VR booths happening as well, and we're going to have them on display a little later on. We're going to show you what's happening. I know the University of Technology, they have some very interesting stuff taking place. So we're going to put them on display so that our viewers online who've joined us and are tuned in can see what's happening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, AI has emerged onto the scene, and some persons say that maybe it's just for a time. Some persons think that it has contributed to the progress of certain, big technological companies, while others have concerns about job losses. Now, the question is, could this technology power future growth through improved productivity? So, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker will be touching on all of that. Is the cost worth the benefit? Driving productivity workplaces with AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the CEO of Incos Services Limited, Leslie Lee Fook. Please put your hands together for him and make him feel welcome.
Thank you, Talia. Good morning, everybody. Walk on. So, Minister was talking about the black guy who's speaking Chinese. My Chinese man speak Patois. So, I'm very excited to be here with you guys today. I always love doing events in Jamaica. And where's Minister? He's not in the room. So, I want you to let him know, Craig, let him know that self-praise is no praise. Right? Because I love doing events in Jamaica, because Jamaica is the most forward country in the region. So I want to big you up a little bit. You guys are all here as a real testament to the fact that you want to take things up to the next level. So give yourself a round of applause. Clap yourself. All right. So I want to be able to give you guys stuff that I really only give to my private clients for that reason. And by the end of the session today, I'll give you guys everything you need to be successful with AI. But it requires one thing. So this is not going to be an academic presentation. It's not going to be very technical. But to get the most out of today's session, I want you guys to participate. Are you guys okay participating? Yes or no? All right. Lovely. Love it. So any HR professionals? Cool. So give us a quick little scan if you could. And then fill it out. There are like 4 or 5 questions. All right. Good. And there's a quite mixed room. Any marketers? Any marketers? Okay, give us a quick scan. And then you have about 4 or 5 questions to answer. All right, wonderful. So I'll leave you to it for now. So what we're going to cover today, just a quick outline of the agenda. We're going to talk a little bit about what is AI. We're going to talk about the impact on the workforce. We're going to look at AI opportunities. And then we're going to look at the framework that we use with our clients that help us accelerate AI adoption across the organizations. And if we have time, I have a little bit of a bonus for you guys. So we start off with the framework. Now, this is our 6-step framework. This is what we use with our most successful clients. We'll only scratch on the first one. And this is the most critical one. This is the ability to spot those opportunities across the organization. What most people are talking about today is how do I use AI for marketing? How do I use AI for customer service? But it's a very, very different way. And when you're able to spot the opportunities, you see how you can apply AI across your entire organization. The other stuff is really important, but you have to be able to spot it first off. So since we've been spending a couple minutes together, guys, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about how I got here, some of the mistakes that I made, so you guys could save on all those headaches? Is that okay? Yes or no? Yeah? All right, good. So I'm known as the data millionaire, and this is my number. And when I get to this number, I'll retire. My job today, though, is to help you guys become millionaires as well. Now, when most people see me, this is kind of what they see. They see me with prime ministers, captains of industry, CEOs, and sometimes celebrities. Any Beanie Man fans here? All right. Love it. But the reality is it wasn't always like this. So these 4 letters, my mouth is drying up even thinking about this. But it's 4 letters, COXX. Thank you. What's COXX? It's actually, thank you very much, my A-level results. I got a C in GP. I got an O in, no serious thing, an O in chemistry, an X in biology, and an X in mathematics. Now, why am I sharing these extremely embarrassing results with you guys? It's because most people think today to be successful with AI, you need, what do you need? Maths. You need programming. I didn't even do computer sciences at school. So by about 2018, because of lots of different things, and I'll give you the short version of it today, by 2018, I had established a data analytics practice that was covering the entire Caribbean. And I realized that AI was coming, and it was coming fast. But I had that same problem. I couldn't code. Anybody could code in this room, any coders, any programmers, a couple, all right, the smart folks in your room, a couple people, good. So I can't code, I can't program, but I know AI was coming. So I wasn't quite sure what to do, and I started to, well, when you have tough questions in life, what do you guys do? You Google it, yeah. So I Googled it, and I stumbled onto this company, and what in 2018, when data scientist was the sexiest job on the planet, this company was doing something called automated machine learning. What's that? They were in 2018 already automating data scientists. So I called up the company. I got into a training program, and it was actually a training program with their sales team. I was like, perfect, because I'm not technical. So I go there, and by about lunchtime on day 1 of a 5-day program, I am lost. So we had a little water cooler break, and I'm talking to the new sales staff, and they said, look, I have the minimum requirement is a master's in statistics. So I was drowned in. But on day 5, just after lunch, they said, go to this website called Kaggle. Anybody ever heard about Kaggle? Yes or no? No? Okay. So Kaggle is basically this online data science competition where it attracts the best data scientists in the world. So for example, Netflix will post a data set there, and they will put a bounty, $1 million for the data scientists that could solve this problem. So all the best data scientists go there. So at the end of the training on day 5, they said, go to Kaggle, download a data set, put it into the platform, and then hit this big start button, and then come back 30 minutes on. So I go to Kaggle, download, put it in, click, I go for coffee, I come back, I take the results, and I put it back into Kaggle. And on that day, I became the 43rd best data scientist in the world. Because I could click a big button, basically. But they had already automated the work of data scientists. So I came back to the region, and I started to train citizen data scientists. So people who were not traditionally data scientists, and I think I went off there, guys. Yeah. And life was good. So we started to work with the Actuaries Association. We started to work with the financial services across the entire territory. And life was really good. And then this happened. And the whole world went into lockdown. Now, at first, I've been working remotely since 2015, so it wasn't such a tough adjustment. But for the entire team, it was a little rough. And this is what we saw. We saw a lot of mental health issues. How many of you guys saw mental health issues on your team when you first went into lockdown? Absolutely, yeah. So we had big performance issues, because that's what we're here to talk about, performance, right? And at the time, I had 3 choices. How many choices? 3. Good. 1, I could get rid of everybody. And I really thought about it at a point in time. 2, what else could I do? I could beat people into submission. Or 3, I could find better ways for people to work. So what we did is we started to develop AI that was really good at one particular task. And then we started to give it to the team, and they were now able to do that task faster, much, much faster, a lot less effort, much more consistently. And productivity in the organization went up. So we went wild. We started to build the AI like crazy. AI for every single thing in the organization. We went out and we spent millions of dollars. I bought every single AI training out there. I bought every single AI platform. I trained every single member of my team on AI. And it's not what I'm recommending that you guys do, right? Because everybody hated me. But ultimately, I turned my organization into AI R&D shop. And the results were wild. So I want you guys to write this down if you're taking notes, and it's this. And I've bought every single program out there, and they all seem to miss this one critical thing. And it's that process will set you free. What do I mean by that? We inadvertently developed a robot army, right? Because we started to create processes and systems for pretty much everything out there. Now, you're probably wondering, like, give me some numbers. What does that mean to me? So, anybody done like productivity training, time management training, and done something called time blocking? Right? That's the big productivity hack. What's time blocking? You have 8 hours in a day, and for every hour you do one task. So the typical knowledge worker does how many tasks a day? 8 in the perfect world. At the end of the year, you've done 9,600 tasks. Today, my AI does autonomously 10,000 tasks a day. That's you work for an entire person for an entire year, autonomously every single day, without a single dollar on payroll. I want that to sink in for a second. So what we've been able to do is we've ultimately been able to 18x our workforce, right? What if you did that in your own organization? What would that mean for your employees? What would that mean for the citizens of the country? What would that mean for the country? So, today we've scaled, we've grown, and we compete with the biggest out there. When I go to market now, I compete with global companies because that's what we really hear about. We want to be able to be globally competitive. Absolutely. So, I have a couple takeaways for you guys, and the first takeaway is this, is that your present circumstances, they do not define your future. My second takeaway is that AI will impact every single person on the planet. And my third takeaway is I've figured out that AI is the number one way to have an unbreakable life, an unbreakable career, an unbreakable business. And this is going to be the future for everybody. So there are 2 paths to AI. What you're going to find is today, there are organizations that are racing towards AI. And they're trying to introduce AI into every single aspect of their organizations. And most of these organizations, they're actually not talking about it. But they will create such a massive digital divide because they're really disrupting their existing spaces that everybody else, they're just not going to be able to keep up. I mean, you guys know this story, right? Now, when I mention all of these things, all of these facts, how many of you guys concerned about job loss? Anybody? I am massively concerned about job loss. Chairman mentioned it this morning. He said 4 in 10 jobs are going to be impacted. And I saw everybody sip their coffee and continue. I want these tables. I want you guys to stand up. In fact, this one as well, this row. All right. So these folks that are sitting down, the degrees that you did, the years of service that you put in, the experience that you have is no longer going to be relevant in 5 years. 4 in 10, thank you so much. You guys are good. All right? 4 in 10 is massive numbers. Now, who's using AI already? Anybody using AI already? Okay. All right. Who's using AI but their boss doesn't know it? Don't raise your hand. Give me a wink. All right. All right. Gotcha. Cool. So AI is going to make you at least 50% more productive. Is that conservative? Very conservative. And it's because of this, right? There's this gold rush that's happening right now towards AI. And how many guys heard of this first mover advantage thing? Because absolutely. So studies show first movers are going to take 90% of the market. Everybody else, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, everybody else will have to share the balance of the market. So we're seeing this crazy gold rush. Now, some of you guys are thinking about, I know you guys dream and you know Jamaica's on the world stage and a massive brand. But some of you guys are like, well, this is only Jamaica. But the reality is this. If you look at the first movers in any particular market, Coca-Cola, it was created in a little pharmacy in the US. Kellogg's was a breakfast accident in a sanitarium in a madhouse. And most of you guys know the story of Amazon. Amazon was created in a guy's garage. So sometimes people with very little resources, that are the first movers. So it's really about asking yourself the question, do you want to be a first mover or you want to be a late adopter? Do you want to be a first mover or a late adopter? Absolutely. Because this is the 2030 vision. You want to be the best, right? You want to be the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. And there's only one way to do that. It's to be the first mover. So what is AI? And I don't have a technical description for it. So this is how I like to think about AI. So think about AI like the best employee you've ever had. That's an employee that works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They don't get sick. They don't have bad days. They don't call the union. It's an employee that is always learning. Every single task they do, they're getting better, they're getting smarter. And the crazy one that I like, it's an employee that's extremely experienced and adaptable. What do I mean by that? It's an employee that understands marketing, sales, finance, IT, operations, risk. Like you name it, compliance, they understand all of it. So, do you use AI today? And I know a couple of people here that raised their hands. What do you guys use? What do you use? ChatGPT, everybody. Oof. By the way, you know the White House banned the use of ChatGPT? You know they banned Copilot, you guys know that? Just checking. All right, cool. So if I asked that question maybe 2 years ago, I'd have gotten different answers. So who's got the iPhones? Yeah, so I was going to make a joke, but I'm not going to make it because nobody... So I was told a girl in Jamaica is not going to talk to you if you don't have an iPhone. Joke. So, but when you pull out your iPhone, you look at your iPhone, facial recognition, that's AI. When you get emails into your inbox and it gets pulled out into your spam folder, that's AI. When the bank calls you and they say, look, fraudulent transaction or not, that's AI as well. So we've been using these forms of AI, but that's really a class called discriminative AI. What does it do? It discriminates. It makes a decision. And whilst it's powerful, it's different from the stuff that we're now exposed to. So this stuff, ChatGPT, most of you guys are already using it, is really one of a whole ecosystem of platforms. So it's not just about text, it's voice, it's speech, it's music, it's audio, like you name it. I was at a conference in Montego Bay last year, and one of the guys at the conference was the head of medicine at Yale University. Now, I was super excited to meet this guy because I'd love to get my kids to go Yale to do medicine someday. And I get to the lobby and I run into him, and he bumps into me and he said, Leslie, real excited to meet you. I was like, you excited to meet me? Why? Right? He said, because AI is impacting doctors. You mentioned that earlier. So his partner was with him, and she's like, yeah, AI is also impacting my space. I was like, what do you do? She's like, I make perfumes. Now, I've never seen AI with a nose, but AI is impacting every single person, even in such a narrow niche. So, you know, how smart is this? Any lawyers here? Talia? All right. Any other lawyers here? So, okay, cool. I'll go ahead, Talia, with your permission. All right. So how smart is this stuff? I want you to look at the third row down. So the third row down is something called the Uniform Bar Exam. So at the end of 2022, they released a model called GPT 3.5. And GPT 3.5 sat the Uniform Bar Exam. It's the exam that tons of people take to become lawyers. And it scored in the bottom 10th percentile of all lawyers. 5 months later, the Big Brother version 4, was released, and it sat the Uniform Bar Exam, and now it was in the top 90th percentile of all lawyers. So it's getting smart, and it's getting smart fast. Now, you guys have probably heard a lot about blockchain and all these emerging technologies. So why is this stuff different? Like, how is this even, like, is it really going to get legs? And these 3 reasons are why this stuff is here to stay. And you'll see. So the first thing, it has broad capabilities. So I mentioned today, it understands every single thing. Marketing, sales, finance, perfume making, medicine, like legal, every single thing. In fact, this afternoon, I speak at the Chief Justice's regional conference. Because every single conference you go to, what is everybody talking about? AI. Because it has broad capabilities. It could do pretty much everything. It's easy to use. So the first time you use these platforms, it's like using Google. Who could use Google here? Yes or no? Yeah, everybody. So it's easy to use. And the third thing is the cost. So for the folks that are using ChatGPT, how much you're paying? 0. It's free. And that's why this stuff is here, but here to stay. So this is why I believe the workforce of the future is going to look like this. Now, within my own organization, for every 1 person, I already have 10 AI systems. Every single day, I would interact with between 30, 35 different AI systems. And that's how we've been able to scale our organization and still maintain service excellence. So ask yourself, if your competitor is doing that, if your competitor has 18x their workforce, how can you possibly compete? You simply can't. And every organization needs to rethink, like, what is our workforce even going to look like? So I want to show 2 examples, if that's all right, guys. Am I doing okay for time? All right, cool. So I want to show quickly 2 examples. And the first one is really operational efficiency. Okay, so who did the HR thing? Cool. So the HR one basically was your name, email address, and then some things that you hate doing. A couple of tasks. What were those tasks you hate doing? You remember? Sorry? Projects. And a couple of other things, right? Right. So ideally, like, how did I even get started with this stuff? So how many of you guys are like small, medium-sized businesses? Anybody? All right, cool, good. So in a small, medium-sized business, you get busy because you're wearing a lot of hats, and there's knee-jerk hiring, right? What is that? We don't have structure or anything. We're just busy, so we go hire somebody. And we hire them, and they sit in the corner because we haven't been able to hand over exactly what we need to do to them. So they sit there, they're not doing anything, they're twiddling thumbs, and now we're twice as busy because we have to do what we're doing, plus we have to train them. So we did something called time studies in the organization, and we captured what are the things that are keeping us busy that we could delegate to others. And that's what we did. So we captured those ideas, and we put it into the AI. Now, what do you need to do after that? So you identify the tasks, you identify how much time it's going to consume, and then you take those tasks and you might do a justification. Is that all right? How long to do a justification for the role, for a new role? Well, you have to identify the role first. All right? How long to do a justification? You have to go write it up. Sorry, a couple of days. All right. After you do justification, you've identified the role. Then what do you need to do next? You need to do a job description. How long to do the job description? Sorry? A couple days? Less than a day. All right, so we're under a week right now. After you do the job description, then you need to identify all the questions that you're going to use to interview for the job. After you get those questions, what you need to do, you need to create an advertisement. All right? You guys see that regardless of the job, it's the same process over and over and over. So by the time you get to hire somebody, how long? 3 months? All right, cool. Let's take a look then. So, let me get these bad boys out here. All right, let's go along a little bit. Oh, we have lots more marketers than I thought. Ooh, lots of you guys responded to my survey. All right, so I'm not quite seeing that one. Let's see. It's gonna come. I turn around, guys, and then they're like, oh, where is it? Here we go. I got like 75 emails. All right, so let's pick on the marketing. Cool. So let's say you're a marketer, because I haven't found that email. Jago's here. Oh, here we go. All right. So is it Loyette? Okay, cool. So for example, here's Loyette's. All right. So what do we do here? We have can you guys see that? So we wrote the justification. Is my scroll bar going to work here? We basically created all of the documents that are appropriate for what takes you 3 months to produce. So this is justification. Here is the job description. Here is the social media post. There's going to be an image. There's going to be your interview scoring questions. There's going to be your interview questions. There's going to be your scoring sheet that you give all the panelists. There's going to be, oh, my scroll stopped working. Guys, you get the point that we were just talking about AI. You just gave me 3 little things, and I'm able to now produce all of the assets, what takes months of work to do. And at the end of it, guys, you get a 21-day onboarding plan. So from day one, the employee knows exactly what they need to do, step by step by step by step. Same thing for marketing. You have a product you want to take to market. Anybody, what product you guys give me? I think Jago's here. Jago? What product? What product you submitted? A service. All right, cool. So you have a service, you come up with a brand name. After you come up with a brand name, what do? Ideal customer persona. How long to do that? A week, a month, a day, a year? A couple of weeks. After you have your ideal customer persona, what do you need to do? You identify the problem that you solve. After you identify the problem that you solve, you have to get the solution. Right? You do a marketing plan, a customer journey, advertisements. Guys, what usually takes, how long will that take you? Any marketers to take a product to market? How long? Absolutely. How much did that cost you? $5,000, and you're warming up. I know companies that spend $50,000, $100,000, 6 months to a year, especially in financial services. So Jago, we did it for you. It's excursions in Jamaica, but this is your marketing plan. Let me see if I show you guys here. I keep killing the TV. And we did that, what takes sometimes 6 months of work to do. We did it in, here we go. So Jago's plan. So ideal customer persona. Oops. Guys, you get my point. While we're talking about AI, the AI is just already working for us. And that is going to be the future of work, guys. We may not even need to work. So, I looked at operational efficiency. We could take things that takes teams of people. couple $100,000 to do. Months of time, and we could do it in minutes. And for each marketing campaign, each marketing idea that was submitted, we did it 3 times. So while we're talking about AI, for each and every idea submitted, I did about 18 months of work. What do you think the impact on you is going to be? I'm not going to show the intelligent document handling because I know we're a little short on time. But let me see if I can get back here. Guys, are you seeing how powerful that is? Are you guys seeing that? Yes? No? Yeah? And for the folks that submitted it, check your inbox. So it's not about marketing. It's not about HR. It's about everything. It's sales, finance, IT, risk, legal. Every single knowledge worker will be impacted. I wouldn't have time to show this because the screen's not working well, but the reality is this. The old technology that we used to utilize would require massive spend, right? And it used to come from the top down. So the executive used to have a strategy, they would allocate budget, we'll do it next year. Where we are today is this. It used to be a situation of the big fish ate the small fish. And as a Caribbean citizen, I'm happy to see it's the fast fish that eat the slow fish. So you guys already know this, but and I kind of scratched on this again, but we just highlighted on consciousness because I want to be able to get you guys to spot the opportunities. And if you could spot the opportunities, you'll absolutely see it everywhere around you. So what do? We covered what is AI, the impact on the workforce. We talked about the AI opportunities. I gave you a framework. And do we have time for a quick bonus? Yeah? All right, cool. You guys want to play the video?
This is Pager. He's a 9-year-old macaque who had a Neuralink placed in each side of his brain about 6 weeks ago. If you look carefully, you can see that the fur on his head hasn't quite fully grown back yet. He's learned to interact with a computer for a tasty banana smoothie delivered through a straw. We can interact with the Neuralinks simply by pairing them to an iPhone, just as you might pair your phone to a Bluetooth speaker. The links record from more than 2,000 electrodes implanted in the regions of Pager's motor cortex that coordinate hand and arm movements. Neurons in this region modulate their activity with intended hand movement. For example, some might become more active when he moves his hand up, and others when he moves it to the right. By recording from many neurons and feeding their activity into a decoder algorithm, we are able to predict Pager's intended hand movements in real time. First, we calibrate the decoder by recording neural activity as Pager uses the joystick to move a cursor to targets presented on the screen. As he's playing this game, we are wirelessly streaming, in real time, the firing rates from thousands of neurons to a computer. Using these data, we calibrate the decoder by mathematically modeling the relationship between patterns of neural activity and the different joystick movements they produce. After only a few minutes of calibration, we can use the output from the decoder to move the cursor instead of the joystick. Pager still moves the joystick out of habit, but as you can see, it's unplugged. He's controlling the cursor entirely with decoded neural activity. Our goal is to enable a person with paralysis to use a computer or phone with their brain activity alone. Because they wouldn't be able to move a joystick, they would calibrate the decoder by imagining hand movements to targets. One of the things the Neuralinks allow Pager to do is to play his favorite video game, Pong. To control his paddle on the right side of the screen, Pager simply thinks about moving his hand up or down. We've removed the joystick altogether. Now that he's up to speed, let's increase the difficulty and see how well Pager can play with the Neuralink. As you can see, Pager is amazingly good at Mind Pong. He's focused, and he's playing entirely of his own volition. It's not magic. The reason Neuralink works is because it's recording and decoding electrical signals from the brain.
Yeah.
Great game, Pager.
Thanks, guys.
And what better reward for a monkey than a banana?
All right. Who's seen that video before? All right, cool. You know the scary part about that video is? It's 3 years old. Last year, the FDA gave approval for human testing. So this is the first candidate who received the chip. Now, guys, we already all have superpowers. This is thousands of times faster than the computer that landed the first rocket ship on the moon. But now we don't even have to take it out of our pocket because we're wirelessly connected to the internet. You're wirelessly connected to AI. Now, the whole premise of this technology is to give people mobility back. But if somebody in your organization gets this chip to get back mobility, they automatically become what? The smartest person in every single room. So if you're in an organization, somebody has a chip, they're getting promoted above you faster, what do you have to do? So you guys are worried about NIDS, right? But you're going to have to get a chip soon. So here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. So if you received a chip today, you couldn't walk, right? You couldn't move. What would you do for the first 24 hours of your life, your new life? What would you do? So he played video games. Yeah, they turned him back into a monkey, basically. It's insane. But ultimately, guys, and we probably all heard this, like how do you stay ahead of the curve? It's not AI that will replace your jobs, right? It's a cliche now. It's what? It's the people that use AI that will take your jobs, right? So we have this pretty cool AI intensive workshop that's coming up. I want to be able to give out a couple of seats. So you guys already know who's the fastest country in the world? Absolutely. So this is for the first folks that are fast. So for the first 40 people that register, I'll give you 10 seats per organization. Is that cool, guys? $250 for a seat. I'll give it to you guys for free. But it's on one condition. One condition. You get 10 people in your organization to complete a Mars survey. Is that fair? Is that fair? They complete the Mars survey. Yeah. Is that cool? So tomorrow, where's the QR code for the survey? All right. So it'll be available at the front desk. You guys have to complete the survey and get 9 more people in your organization because we want to get a good sense of where everybody's at so we can help people get there faster. Is that okay? You want a QR code for the workshop? Yeah? No? Okay. Here you go, guys. All right, cool. So I want to thank you guys. Last but not least, I'd love to get a photo with you guys. Love being here today. All right, guys, say Wagwan. I love it. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome.
One more time for Mr. Leslie Lee Fook, ladies and gentlemen, telling us all we need to know to be successful with AI. Of course, AI will affect everyone, but guess what? It's broadly capable, it's easy to use, low cost, and so much more. Thank you so much for sharing your 6-step framework with us as well. An informative presentation, right, ladies and gentlemen? You got the QR code? You didn't get it? All right, so you just check with him at the back of the room and then he'll get that to you. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next presentation and we're going to be talking about innovation for resilience. And when we think about an innovative mindset, it's the ability to come up with, these new ideas and fresh approaches to problems. But resilience is also extremely important for mitigating, those emerging risks that may occur. So our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a globally renowned entrepreneur, distinguished humanitarian, public speaker, and technology disruptor who is motivated by his commitment to give back to society. He has made a significant impact in the tech industry and beyond, as under his leadership, Amber Group has emerged as a major player globally. However, success is not limited to financial gains. It also involves making a positive impact on society through his humanitarian work with the Art of Living Foundation, championing charitable causes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Ambassador Dushyant Savadia, CEO of the Amber Group. Put your hands together for him. Come on.
Very good morning, everybody. No, that's not like the morning I want to hear. Good morning! Seems like everybody had some breakfast, which is great news. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dushyant Savadia. I'm the founder and CEO of the Amber Group. I'm going to leave this podium shortly, only because I don't feel very confident when I'm having a bad hair day and my iPad, which has my beautiful speech written by my secretary for the last 2 days, is also missing from my hands. No, I'm kidding. And actually, both of them are true. So let's talk about, and I'm not going to show you any PowerPoint presentations. I'm not going to talk about any big technical jargons, but I want to tell the world what's possible out of Jamaica. What have we accomplished as Jamaicans? My face might not say it, but I am a Jamaican citizen. I'm also an ambassador for Jamaica for investments. I'm also a pilot. I'm also a deep sea diver, out of many other things that I do. And I also recently climbed the Mount Everest and etched Jamaica on the top of the mountain too. So we're talking about innovation and resilience, right? Let me tell you my journey of innovation from scratch. I was born in India, and I won't spend much time on this because it's a boring subject. You can pause me any point of time if you feel bored. I was born in India, grew up in India. By the time I was 20, my parents threw me out of the house because I was an alcoholic, a drug addict, and I used to drink a liter of rum every night and smoke 60 to 70 cigarettes a day. One night I came home, I was fully drunk, and I vomited in the lounge. And my father looked up and he said, "Oh my God, even the rehab didn't work." So 2 o'clock in the morning-ish, in east of India, threw me out of the house. And I'm sharing this story because you will see innovation everywhere. So I came to the railway station and decided whichever train comes first, that is my destiny and my destination. So I came up to Delhi 30 hours later on the train. By the time I reached Delhi, the alcohol had settled in the system. And I was back in my senses and I realized, oh my God, I'm done. I've got no money, nothing left with me. What do? So I had to be innovative. I had to be very creative. The first thing I had to do is feed myself and get some safe place to sleep at night. So I jumped across the street and started working as a waiter in a restaurant. So I sorted out my food problem, because it's a restaurant, you eat food all day. And I sorted out my accommodation because they needed a guard at night also, and I was happy to do it for you. From there, I started working as a call center agent. From there, I started working for Xerox. By 1999, I became the head of Xerox for Southeast Asia for training and development under a massive distribution. And that's when I was introduced to the Art of Living Foundation, which is one of the world's largest non-government, non-profit organization which really teaches stress management workshops. And imagine trying to manage my stress. I was still drinking, still smoking. I was still on the other side of the fence. During the Art of Living, I realized the purpose of my life, and that's when I decided, you know what, I'm going to dedicate my life to humanity from this point onwards. I moved to the United Kingdom. I stayed in UK for about 10, 12 years. And then 2011, I got divorced. I'm single, by the way. I'm not kidding. 2011, I got divorced, and I didn't want to live in the UK anymore, so I decided to go back to India. And I asked the founder of the Art of Living, what should I do? And he said, no, go to the Caribbean. There is a lot of work there. There's a lot of stress there. There's a lot of work that we can do as an organization. So that's what brought me to Jamaica in 2012. And until 2015, I was a full-time humanitarian. I taught nearly 3,000 inmates in the prisons in Jamaica. I traveled to inner cities. I did a lot of workshops and a lot of inner city communities around violence and stress management workshops. In the prison, I was inside for a year. Oh, don't take it the other way around. I was in and out. And it's actually a joke. My mother, who recently passed away, when I was in the prison in the morning, of course, you leave your phone outside and you go inside for the whole day. And she tried to reach me so many times and she couldn't get hold of me. When I came out and she asked, where were you? We were trying to get you all day. You were in Jamaica and this and that. I said, no, Mom, sorry, I was in the prison. I said, what did you do now? I said, no, I was teaching Art of Living courses, stress management program to rehabilitate our inmates so they can also take responsibility for their past actions and live a better, fulfilled life and become better citizens in the future. So we did a massive, impactful program in the prison. We did a lot of work. But early 2015, and I specifically remember the date, January 2nd, 2015, I had no food in my fridge. And that's the day I realized charity cannot happen from an empty bowl. Yes? You need wealth, my friends. If you want to do good in society, whether you are a government, whether you are an NGO, whether you are a mother, whether you are a father, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're an employee. Without wealth, there is no success. Correct? Yes? To do good, we need money. We need wealth. And that is the day I realized that I'm not going to go back to all the sponsorships. You know, I taught most of the CEOs in Jamaica by that time. Most of the government agencies took the Art of Living courses with me in those days. And there's so much of work I did across the corporate sectors, everywhere to reduce the work stress so people can live peacefully, have a more joyful life, and handle their negative emotions and stress better. But that 2nd of January was the day of a turning point, another turning point of my life. That's the day I decided, you know what, I'm not going to go back to ask for corporate sponsorships anymore. To sustain myself for a little longer, or the foundation and so on, I decided to build businesses. And I sat down with a piece of paper and I thought, what should I do? I looked at so many different industries. It is so easy to say, let's start a business. But I tell you, it is difficult to start a business. Not everybody can be as successful as many people can be. It takes a lot of innovation. It takes a lot of power. It takes a lot of connections. And I had none. No money. No connectivity. Now I'm sort of recognized in Jamaica. Now, in those days, you know, you don't know anybody at all. And when you don't know anybody, nobody trusts you. Nobody want to give you any business. What do you do then? So I had to kind of plow the road slowly by myself. So I started with Amber Connect, which was my first product. It's a vehicle tracking fleet management system. And I'm so proud today, Amber Connect operates in 100 countries all over the world, out of Jamaica. We became the largest exporter of technology out of Jamaica into the whole world. No other business operates in 100 countries the way we do. No one. In the Caribbean entirely. And it's a fully Jamaican headquartered, Jamaican founded, and a Jamaican citizen owned business. So I had to first find a little office. I came up with this nice plan of Amber Connect vehicle tracking, and I looked at what the world has done in each of the industries. And I realized we're so far behind in terms of innovation, not just in Jamaica, globally. The vehicle tracking security market was the most uninnovated technology globally. So I focused on that. I got a seed funding from a friend of mine who gave me a little money. I went to China, stayed there for 3 months. I'm a vegetarian, so I could only eat bland noodles. And I stayed in a dormitory with 30 other men in the same room, with 6 shared bathrooms. Success doesn't come easy. Success needs hard work. Success needs persistence, resilience, and innovation, all of it. And I built Amber Connect. Guess what? The first year in Jamaica of selling Amber Connect, I used to knock doors and say, hey, would you like my vehicle tracking product? It's really beautiful. And it was really beautiful, very different than the rest of the world. A lot of features, a lot of technology put in. We designed it so very different than how it used to be before. But by 2017, we actually only got to 1,000 devices in total. 1,000 vehicles, and my CTO and my team says, Dushyant, are you sure this is the right business? Are you sure? I said, listen, we'll get to 1 million in a few years, don't worry. And they thought I'm stupid. How do you've got 1,000 devices in total. How do you get to 1 million vehicles all over the world? How is it even possible? So I said, look, subscription business model takes time. So let's do one more thing. And people by that time recognized that we are a good software development company. We built a beautiful software in vehicle tracking and fleet management solutions. So we started Amber Innovations because I wanted a consistent revenue to come through to sustain the Amber Connect business until such time the subscription grows and we start making better revenue in that business. So over time, we started Amber Innovation. That became quite big. We now built more than 600 enterprise solutions for very, very large companies all over the world. Then one morning, I went to the gas station here with one of the gas stations. You know, it is said you never name the companies because they can sue you. So I went to a gas station, and because we have a business, I had to get the receipt. And I stood there for 40 minutes, this guy running around trying to find a receipt and this and that. And couldn't get a receipt out of them. I had to come back later. And then the next morning, I woke up and built Amber Fuels. So let's build a tech to give an Uber-like experience. You drive and fill gas and leave. That's it. Your card is charged, your invoice is in the app. And guess what happened? We started in Jamaica, but the adoption didn't come. But it became very successful in many other countries in the world. When we built Amber Fuels, it needed a payment platform. I said, hang on a second, rather than just doing a payment platform, inserting it inside a Fuels application, let's just build a whole business called Amber Pay. And now Amber Pay today is doing so many transactions. In fact, most of you would have used Amber Pay already one way or another. If you're paying for your JPS bill, you're paying through Amber Pay. If you're passing through a toll booth, you're paying through Amber Pay. You watch cinemas, you buy your ticket, you're paying through Amber Pay. We're becoming a touch point everywhere because we build such innovative technologies. Continuously thinking, continuously looking at what else can we do to improve lives of others? What else can we do to make our applications, our systems, so much more simpler, easier, and much more affordable for the society? That is the mantra of success. The continuous innovation. Every day I wake up and think, what's next? What is it? What else can we do to improve our work culture? What can I do to improve the product? What can I do to improve the customer experience? Without this consistent, non-stop focus on innovation, I'm telling you, we're not going to go anywhere. 40 years ago, when we saw the floppy disk for the first time, you remember floppy disks, right? We thought, wow, 5 megabytes could be stored in a floppy disk. My God. 5 megabytes was holy. This was like the best innovation ever happened in the world. Today, a 5 megabyte floppy is used as a tea coaster. right? What did Microsoft do? Did they stick to floppies? No. They went over and over and over. Now, you know, NVIDIA became the most wealthiest company in the world, overtaken Apple, overtaken Amazon, overtaken everybody. And this just came through from the bottom so fast. You know what is their mantra? Their mantra was, I could pack so much of power in a small graphic card. How much more can I pack? Every year they looked at how can I make it smaller and how can I make it faster? And those chipsets are now becoming the AI's revolution. They were the first ones to start building out so many power-packed supercomputers. And now NVIDIA crossed even Apple. It's interesting how the world is moving so fast in innovation, right? Faster than we can even imagine. And what is building all these businesses so fast? So to bring you back to my story, so we finished AmberPay. When we finished AmberPay, said, look, the whole world now wants some sort of a reward program. Rewards engages the customer better. Rewards programs bring that stickiness with the customer better. And the customers like to use that platform a lot more if there is some rewards involved. So when we built AmberPay, we thought, okay, let's just insert rewards into it, and that became another platform. And then we went into so many different, so now Amber Group operates 12 businesses. Then we know cybersecurity is becoming a massive global problem. Oh my gee, it is unbelievable what has happened to the world in the last 3 years. The number of attacks, the number of sophistication that is now present in the world, I've never seen something like this before. It's unbelievable that you can stand with your pocket closed and your wallet is in your pocket. Somebody can walk past you and swipe your entire card number, expiry date, CVV, everything, not even touching you. Have you seen touchless theft? Touchless theft is now possible. It's incredible how fast the world is evolving. And ladies and gentlemen, I, as an ambassador for Jamaica for investments, I, as an ambassador for technology for Jamaica and an entrepreneur from Jamaica to the whole world, my responsibility is to make sure Jamaica also stays on the forefront across the world, stamping our name across the world too. And I urge all of you to look at innovation a little differently. Innovation is not about sitting and trying to see when the apple falls, you know it means gravity and you come up with a big invention. Innovation is trying to make everything better. Whatever you see, whatever you feel, whatever you touch, whatever you interact with, how can I make what is better is innovation to me. Got it? And then from cybersecurity, we moved on and we did so many things. In fact, you know, we started the Amber Coding Academy a couple of years ago. We fully fund with Heart NSTA Trust. I know my partners are here in the room. If Tanisha, is she there? Tanisha Ingleton? No. Heart NSTA, when we approached them, it took us only 3 months to work with Heart to put together a whole syllabus for coding. They opened the doors, gave us the Stony Hill campus, and we've now graduated over 200 students fully trained on software development, fully trained in 1 year. Between Heart and Amber, we funded everything, their accommodation, their food, their laptops, their education. We taught them stress management courses. We did everything we could to polish and bring up a new force in Jamaica to stay on top of technological advances that are happening globally. But Heart does not know yet, so please don't tell them. I'm supposed to have a meeting with them later this week or next week at some point. But you know what I've come to a conclusion now? We need to scrap coding completely in Jamaica. And what I'm about to say is going to revolutionize everything that you have thought of before. Coding is history. Coding is no longer required. And we are actually putting together a syllabus now, a whole big syllabus to revamp our Amber Heart Academy, and also we work with the Universal Service Funds. We're graduating another 300 students in October. But what we've trained, but the next generation Do I really want software developers now, coders who actually learn all the programming languages and type 5,000, 10,000 codes a day to put together one screen? No. The world has already changed under my feet in 6 months. So now what we have done is we are looking at building out full syllabuses for prompt engineering, machine learning, and cyber security. These are the only 3 things that we need to focus from Jamaica. And what I'm suggesting to all of you as employees, employers, please, if you can, create prompt engineering workshops in your organizations. What does prompt engineering really mean? Look, there are so many AI tools in the world already. And somebody was representing before me generative AI. Look, there are so many AI tools in the world. You don't need to develop an AI tool. We don't need to do that. We need to use them. It's a big difference. So prompt engineering is when there is an AI tool, it's like you prompt your kids what they must do in their behavioral patterns, right? If the kid is angry, you instruct the kid a certain way so that they change their behavior and calm down, correct? Prompt engineering means exactly that. You're actually instructing AI, what do you really want as an output? It's actually a whole engineering. You need to learn how the computer understands. If I want to build the stage on an AI tool, I need to say it should be white, there should be a chair, there should be green, it should be like this, and I should look handsome, my hair has to be proper. You have to give a lot of instructions. That giving of instructions to AI is prompt engineering. Do you know, in my organization globally, there is not even one email that is allowed to be sent without processing through ChatGPT, not even one. You know why? We all write very fast, broken English. No matter how educated we are, we don't fully, nicely put together our thoughts and explain it very. So what we do now, we've asked our team to actually process everything through ChatGPT. Take that mail. It takes literally 30 seconds. All you're prompting ChatGPT to say is, enhance my mail. And then put your text there. Whatever your thoughts are, it will convert that into such a beautiful email. When the reader reads on the other side, my God, this is a very professional company. Well done. And at the same time, you're conveying with eloquency. It is amazing. But what it is also doing is it's teaching our people how to write better. Makes sense? It's not just about cut, copy, pasting. It's also about educating our internal teams how to write better at the same time. Then, if you look at where the job market is going, let's talk a little bit about that. I've said where we are going to take the training for coding now. We're not going to stop it. We're going to focus on prompt engineering, machine learning, algorithms, and cyber security. These are the 3 forces, I think, which will, if my team, and we're actually doing it inside our organization now, we're building a whole syllabus for a year for our own organizations too, that I need all our staff to know how to use prompts. Because the better they know prompts, I don't need to code. There are softwares which will give me the whole code as long as my team knows how to give the prompt for that code. Now, I don't know if you've seen a recent documentary from World Economic Forum. This is a solid use case which should frighten us a little bit, but at the same time look at the opportunity of the future workforce of the world, not just Jamaica. You've heard of IKEA? IKEA, the shopping furniture brand. IKEA had over 80,000 call center people, 80. Because they've got 43 countries, it's a very vast network. 80,000 BPOs, 80,000 odd employees in their call center. About 3 years ago, I think it's 2021, they reduced that workforce to 10,000. Significantly, they reduced it down because they started using chatbots. Now, when the chatbots came in, it started taking over a lot of work that all these engineers were doing, all these BPO staff were doing. So what they did, that very timely, they decided while there is a growth of chatbots and the growth of video bots, there's just so much is happening. We've seen news bots now. There is a company called Newsbot AI. You can actually have a video presenter which is not a human. An AI presenter which is gathering all the information of news from all over the world, converting that into a 30-minute news piece and speaking it itself. And it's an AI avatar. If the world is replacing all of this workforce so fast, what are we going to be useful for? Now, our use is what IKEA did was a benchmark. They didn't let go of those people who they removed from the call center. They upskilled them very fast to do interior designing for their customers. And IKEA made $2.7 billion US selling that service, using those call center employees, upskilling them to use AI-based design tools and help the customer on a video to design their homes. What an impressive way to move their own internal economy. By just upskilling the people to the most latest trends, most latest innovative ideas, they actually changed the game for IKEA and made another $2.5 billion from the same people who were not revenue generating for them. Isn't it interesting? We have to learn. Open our eyes and learn. The world is slipping away so fast into technology. And if we don't focus, we don't catch up, somebody or the other will keep disrupting. Somebody asked me, Dushyant, you've built so many software, you've done so much of work, but aren't you worried about somebody copying your IP and copying your products and launching the similar product in the market that will, slow down your business? I said, no, I'm not. You know why? Because I innovate every moment. In fact, I didn't even have a speech when I came up. I'm innovating as I go along. I'm reading what is happening and speaking from the intuition. Very important for innovation. And I'll leave two things. I don't know if my time is up. Is my time up? Yeah. So I'll leave you with two more things. Innovation comes from intuition. To have a clear mind, a clear heart, that is what brings genius ideas from inside. If your mind is full of stuff, worried and complaining and grumbling all the time, I tell you, forget about innovation coming out of you. Relax, be peaceful, and you'll see how many ideas will come out. It's very important to learn the stress management tools also in the workplace environment. Learn to meditate a bit, do some breathing exercises. It actually helps you to calm down. With a calm mind, you can produce a lot more. And the last piece is about resilience. And I know my topic was transformation for resilience. What is resilience really? Resilience is not about how much you can fight or how strongly you can fight. To me, resilience is about how quickly can you get up. That's all. How quickly can you get up? We are all going to have setbacks, all of us. No business, no employer, no employee, no relationship has come through without setbacks, yes? But when a setback happens, how quickly are you able to get up? How quickly you're able to shake it off and focus on the next level of productivity? How quickly can you learn from that experience and get up and move faster is what creates the level of resilience you need in the business. Look, we are a growing organization. I said to somebody yesterday, we started on Haining Road 8 years ago. We are only 8 years old as a business with 12 businesses operating in 100 countries and thousands of staff all over the world, just in 8 years out of Jamaica. I started with a 200 square feet office, just this size, on Haining Road, 6 Haining Road. And 8 years later, we are on the tallest building on Haining Road, owning two of the most beautiful views from New Kingston. We opened our offices in South Africa. We're under construction, a 60,000 square feet office in India. All of this is because we've learned from all our setbacks. We've learned from all the mistakes we've made. It's not about making the mistake. It's about not learning from them quickly. So my leaving comments, one, think innovation as a consistent improvement in what you're doing right now. Got it? Don't have to sit and make I don't even have a business plan. I have no idea. We started an aviation business. I don't know if you've heard. We started a whole aviation business, which is now coming live in July. We have a chief pilot. We have chief engineers. We bought 5 planes. Everything is ready. And I never had a business plan. I'm not asking don't do one, because please do it. It's good for you. But I'm a pilot. I was passionate about doing something for Jamaica to bring that 3D tourism to Jamaica. That's why we built this whole business. And in a lot of ways, I know what I'm doing. But if you don't consistently think how to improve whatever is, you will lack innovation in what you're doing over time, and you will go behind. Second is keep that resilience very strong. Don't worry about losing. Don't worry about failure. Innovation means risk also. And you know what has happened in our country, in Jamaica? Whenever you see something mind-blowing, there is 5,000 negative comments. I still remember when we started with Heart, the Amber Heart Academy, and we make a big announcements. We onboarded the first 100 students. I promise you, if you looked at the social media at that time, it was blowing up. This will fail. You can't teach Jamaicans coding. You can't just pick guys off the street and make them developers. It needs a technical mind and this and that. I tell you, 3 years later, we proved them all wrong. All of them wrong. Do not underestimate what your consciousness is capable of. It is just about direction. It's just about the right leadership. And it is just about the right attitude inside us that gives us this innovation, resilience, and productivity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador Deshaun Savadia, ladies and gentlemen. Ambassador, I know we have a few questions. Thank you so very much. Resilience, how quickly you can get back up. Thank you for sharing your personal testimony with us about Amber Group, how you've grown, how you've managed to stay resilient throughout the years. Isn't he an inspiration to us all, ladies and gentlemen? So I know we have one question here for you, Ambassador. Go ahead. Oh, can we get a roving microphone, please? Oh, it's right here.
Morning, Ambassador. I'm really impressed of what the great work you've done in Jamaica. You are truly a nation builder. Also admire this summit. I've learned a lot. I'm inspired by our politicians, the move that we're making to make Jamaica better. I want to ask you a couple questions. You said that you're a Jamaican, but you said you lived in India. So it was a naturalizing process that you...
Yes, I'm a naturalized Jamaican, yes.
Well, you are doing more, I don't want any Jamaicans to feel just, than some of us that have been born here. And you are going to inspire a lot of us that have been born here to actually do a great work, all right? I want to ask you, you said that you're going to start doing generative AI, right? I would say that if it goes wrong, right? If the program starts to have a problem, how are you going to fix it if you don't have a programming background? So what I'm saying is that I think coding is still going to be important. I was at Halfway Tree Primary a few years ago as a primary school teacher in science. And what we did innovations in science. So we taught them genetics, we taught them everything in science. So anyone here at SRC or Petroleum Corporation would have known the work that we've been doing. I think that we should model the model that we have in China as well as India. India, very bright. You're an example of this. I'm
a Jamaican example.
Yes. Primary school students should be shown how to program and how to integrate programming from that age. Don't focus on just secondary, and don't focus on tertiary, and don't focus on the workplace. We need to start at the ground level. Einstein said that we can compete and do anything once we have imagination. So that's my mantra, sir. That's what I believe in. So I'm saying to you, sir, what you think is how we can implement this on a governmental level, primary level, and what are your future plans for this country?
Thank you. Very good question. That was your first question, I suppose. Yeah, okay. So about a year and a half ago, we started a program with the Ministry of Education in Jamaica, where Amber took the responsibility to sponsor coding education from grade 7 to grade 13 all the way. We are a 100% philanthropic company. Yes, we need money to do philanthropy, but our heart is in the right place. We just want to do good with the money that we make. So we started 2-3 initiatives around this. Of course, the Coding Academy, which is a huge success now. In fact, it's the only proper coding academy in Jamaica, which is a partnership between Heart and Amber, that gives you a full NCT-VET certification too. It's quite astonishing that we built a whole curriculum, got it certified by the government of Jamaica, certified by many international affiliates that we had to certify that the course is in the right direction for the future. And in 1 year time, just in 1 year, we pushed them so hard in that year, because to me it was important that we take them into a job very, very fast. Not learn for 3-4 years, 5 years, and then they still can't find a job. Yeah, for doctors, engineers, all that is easy because you're studying hard, because you need to learn the entire subject. So we fast-tracked that learning to go straight into jobs. And that is how we kind of manage that. But we've started working with the Ministry of Education. We did a pilot last year or a year and a half ago with about 100 schools, about 20,000 kids participated. We ran that program for 6 months to see whether the Jamaican kids are able to adapt the language of coding and start understanding and enjoying that stream or not. And I tell you, 99.99% of every single participating kid loved it. So it tells me it's in our blood to be innovative. It's just unfortunate that our crime has gone so up and the innovation is used in the wrong place. But if we brought all this talent back to do the right things, I think we'll do the right thing. Another initiative I forgot to mention, that we just a couple of months ago, March first week, we launched the Amber UTech Launchpad. So we partnered with University of Technology. And we said that there's so many bright entrepreneurs in Jamaica, so many, it's unbelievable. You sit with any person in this room, all of us Jamaicans here, you sit with any person, tell that person, give me one bright idea that you think you want to do in life. I tell you, it will be unique by itself. We have the capacity to think. We have the capacity to even execute, but we don't have the funding to do it. And that is where most of the entrepreneurs stall. So what we said to UTech, that Amber will sponsor all the costs. And I launched a program with UTech, Amber UTech Launchpad, to sponsor 100 startups in 1,000 days. 3 years, I want to see 100 digital startups in Jamaica. Because without digital startups in Jamaica, our economy will not progress. And it is sad sometimes to see, and no offense to the government or anybody else in the business, as Jamaica, we need to learn, whether it is a Jamaican company, whether it is government, we need to learn to engage our own people in jobs and business opportunities both. How much of outsourcing we are doing out of Jamaica? It's incredible. All levels, we are outsourcing so much. The deficit of trade between Jamaica and what we're spending to pay out and what we're receiving is a big gap. So to me, that's why we said we'll sponsor 100 startups, bring about 100 good digital startups that we can export out of Jamaica itself. So there is a lot of work happening. I'm not sure you know, but the government of Jamaica at this point of time, I am very pleased to say that I have enjoyed working with the government so far. They are innovative, they are bold, they're taking some very, very calculated but big steps to move Jamaica faster. And I think that's what we need. All of us have to embrace this move, embrace. And look, whenever there is evolution, it is hard to understand at that point. There's a lot of misunderstanding when there is evolution. If you be a little patient, you will see how that effect will trickle in the country too. So yeah, I think we are, as a country, I can certainly say we're heading the right direction. Economically, in terms of our prosperity, in terms of our stability as a country to provide better resources for living. And yes, there is a lot of work to do, and that work can't happen from anybody else. It will happen only by us in this room. We have to think, we have to grow, and we have to work harder. That's the secret behind. Good. Any other questions?
I don't think we have any more time for any more questions, Ambassador, but thank you so much. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Shant Savaria. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for closing off on such a lovely note. All right, so it's time to head into our panel discussion, and it's all about inclusive and effective workspaces. Now, we heard from our ministers yesterday, and the ministry was actually referred to as the people ministry, because it's so important to create environments where everyone feels welcomed, valued, respected, regardless of your background, regardless of identity, ethnicity, disability, as of course this will only motivate and encourage the output of high quality work. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get right into it. At this time, I'd like to invite our moderator for the session, our board director at the JPC, Mr. Reese Campbell, and our panelists, Donna Duncan, Dr. Christine Hendricks, and Dr. Henry Lewis. Please put your hands together and make them all feel welcomed. I'm kindly asking my team from Main Event, can you help me with the stage, please? Reese, check in with you. All right. Everyone is here? Thank you so much, team. Reese, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session that is the thing between you and lunch today. So guess what I'm going to need? I'm going to need you to bang your belly a little bit longer because we have a really exciting and riveting discussion that's coming up. So let me invite my panelists to join me on the stage today. So we have Donna Duncan Scott, Dr. Christine Hendricks, Executive Director of the JCPD, and we have Dr. Henry Lewis from University of Technology. Dr. Dunn spoke about him this morning. And we have Ija Thompson, who is the CEO of Essential Medical Services and a wellness consultant. So, everyone, good morning once again. We are going to have a really good discussion. First things first, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the workforce as we know it. So, can I just quickly ask everyone here, I'm going to need your attention for this. There are currently 4 generations in the workforce now. And here's what's so interesting. It's interesting because never in our history have we had so many people from so many generations working all at once. We have baby boomers born between 1946 and 1964. We have our Gen Xers born 1965 to 1980. We have our millennials born 1981 to 1996. And guess what? We have our Gen Zs who are now entering the workforce at a rate and at a pace, and they are changing things quite significantly. And those persons have been born between 1997 to 2012. Put simply, them born after Gilbert, right? Because everyone knows that we used to use Hurricane Gilbert as the marker to know when you're born, either born before Gilbert or after Gilbert, right? Don't worry, panelists, I'm not asking if you're born before or after. Don't worry. But that being said, when we speak about having a different world, millennials and Gen Zs have seen, this is an actual interesting fact and statistic. Millennials and Gen Zs have seen more layoffs from their parents, friends, and peers than any other generation. So if you are a millennial and you are a Gen Z, you have already seen something. You've been through a pandemic. Everyone went through the pandemic, granted. But you have a very unique vantage point. Because when we start to talk about technology and the importance of technology and the workplace, what we are witnessing today is unlike anything that has ever happened since the work week was created, since bread got sliced, since we discovered patties needed to be hot to be served. This is a really big thing for our workplace. I'm so sorry, I'm giving you a lot of trouble there, my sign language moderator there. But it's not all doom and gloom. That's the good news today. And one of the things that I want to probably highlight, things we can learn from millennials and more specifically Gen Zs, there are 4 key things that we need to also keep bearing into consideration when we're talking about inclusive workplaces. We need to think about our inclusive spaces. We need to think about training, open communication. How judgmental are we? And more importantly, we need to think about wellness. And guess what? Today, I have the panel of 4 persons here who are going to speak about exactly that. They are going to guide us on a journey of looking at all of the above. So, allow me to turn over to you, Donna.
Oh, okay.
You're up next.
All right. Everybody hearing me good?
We're hearing you
I'm
perfectly.
hearing. Okay, great. Okay, so I have 7 minutes to share what I'd like to contribute to the building. So my thing is on the screen yet? You can put it up, the slide. Okay, all right, everybody see it? So I just wanted to share I'm from GMMB, everybody know that, right? And we are a great place to work.
That's right.
All right? We actually get certified. We're a certified great place to work. That's the Jamaican operations. And the DR operations, actually, we hit it out every benchmark out of the park in terms of being a great place to work. You know that company that certified companies. And Trinidad, Trinidad operations, we only missed it by 1 percentage point. So so I match that up next time. So I'm going to share from my experience in terms of creating, because that's important to us, an inclusive, safe, enjoyable and nurturing workspace. That's what we are standing for. So 3 things, the purpose and the vision. Oh, this is to click. No man, Craig, have helped me. This is my nephew. He's going to help me. Yeah, he's going to help me. I'm not good at that. Right, so we create purpose and vision declaration. So I'm going to share for you some of the things that we do at GMMB that really, really work and make a difference. I think I'll do something to the mic. It's too much here. Okay, good. Thank you, guys. So purpose and vision declaration. 1, people selection. 2, preparation and practices. You're not working? Because we're doing a 7-minute presentation. So what I wanted to share now is listen to some things that our team members said when we asked them, what is unique about GMMB? Listen to this. One person said, this is the first company that I have worked that says they are a family, and I actually feel and am treated like family. Another one said, yes, everyone treats everyone with respect. No one is more than anyone and is treated with love and respect equally. Right? More. What I think is unique about GMMB is the ability to be yourself and still feel accepted and loved. You are encouraged to be another person, to be the best version of yourself, even if it means leaving GMMB to pursue your purpose. Okay? The company, and then, yes, we go on and on. One more I want to say, unique about JMB, the atmosphere of love and family and togetherness. The feeling of not only working as an employee, but you are treated with love, care, integrity, respect, and honesty. And the same is expected from you on how you would relate to others. So that sound like an inclusive workplace? That sound like what we're going for? All right, so just like how Mr. Amber said, he's a Jamaican. This is a Jamaican, all right, the vision of love, that's what we have. This is it on the screen. This is a graphic representation of vision of love. So the first thing I said was you have to declare who you're going to be as a company, what your vision is, what your purpose is, your why for your company. So that when you go to select now, you're going to select team members who also are in alignment with that. So you talk about the Gen Z, you know, all the generation, they need to connect their why with the why of the company. All right, so that's the first thing. So what you're seeing on the screen is a graphical representation of our vision of love that was created by every single person in the company way back in 1996. And this is what we said we want to be. And we just put it in graphics so we can see who do we need to, what are the values at the bottom? What are the ways of thinking that we need to inculcate? Who do we need to be? What do we need to do? And what are the results that we are looking for? So that's how we broke it down, and that's what we are looking for. So therefore, that's the first thing. And the way that it is written, it's written like a declaration. So this is who we are, full stop. In the present, not something about the future. That's how we declare it. So that's number one when you're building out your culture that is inclusive, right? Second now, other slide. So, okay, so this is just this is a synopsis of the vision of love. So we said, this is our people success model. You can't read it so clearly. It says you have to have the right people in the right place. You want to have happy, high-performing individuals that have genuine, powerful, high-trust relationships and that create happy, cohesive, high-performing teams that serve the client and are all supported by extraordinary leadership, which is not extraordinary leaders, but leadership, because we expect leadership from every single team member. It's leadership, leaders have their responsibility, but you expect leadership. So quickly now, so you got that. So now we're going to build this effective culture, important, two things I want to share. Right fit, right role. So remember the first thing, the right fit. So we need to have a high level of congruence of the individual values and beliefs with the company values and beliefs. So we need to have that. We need to have team members who fit the job. You know, they're passionate about it. Like the lady just before this, I had to go and tell her, that was making the translation. That job requires a lot of passion because you have to express the people emotion and that kind of thing, and I really think it's amazing. I had to congratulate her. I was really impressed. But you have to have passion for what you do. So that is, we have to get the right people, because once the right people connect their why with the why of the company, then you're going to be creating that culture that you want. And then, finally, effective practices, training and practices. So we need to, in order to have the high level of alignment of the team member, their actions with their values, then we need support. You need training. You need to look at building their self-awareness and that kind of thing. Teaching people how to, same thing you said earlier, standing for the greatness of yourself and others. That's what we need to do. So we need practices that support that. So I'm just going to give you a couple of those that we do at JMB. Already spoke to the selection process. And then we have a cultural orientation program. We have something called institutionalized cleanups. So you are talking about judgment and being able to be in a place where you feel like you can be yourself at work. Yeah. Right? That's important. You can't leave yourself home. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you don't want to be one person at work and one person at home. So we have things called cleanups, where we have conversations, hard conversations, uncomfortable conversations, where our team members will share what never worked for them, why them feel hurt. You know what I mean? Why are they open their feelings to share it in a way, but in a way that can make a difference. So you're not just sharing to just dump, but you are sharing in order to build a relationship, because there's one principle that we keep pushing. As I'm talking about the practices, you have to, one thing at JMA we say, we need to learn to trust intentions. Look behind the actions and look to what is the intention, so that we can restore relationships and build very strong relationships. So that's how we can come to the place where a team member can say they just feel like they're a family, that they're a family. That's why they can feel like they can be their best selves at GMMB, because we're going to have those conversations. When something don't work, we're going to have the conversation. And we're in the middle of, I'm just going to wrap up now, but we're in the middle of, oh no, I have to tell you about this. We have the Conversations for Greatness. Now that is Jamaica. That's from Jamaica, our brand. Conversations, and we actually do it in schools where this is the GMMB way. We have to understand there's greatness in each of us, and how do we stand to realize our own greatness and the greatness of others? How do we stand for the greatness of others? That kind of training. So, you talk about fact and interpretation, some very important transformational distinctions that we share in the training. But I want to give you one last concrete example, because you shared it. I don't know how much my time gone, but let me tell you one. When you said about redundancies, right? I'm going to share with you something, because I'm very proud of it. It just happened. So you guys know that the financial sector, the high interest rates are giving us a clobbering, right? Everybody know what, right? So all the financial sectors have to look at their cost structure and what they're going to do differently, because the interest rate now come down. At 2 years now, we are waiting for it to come down, right? So although we're hoping it's still going to come down, right? But anyway, the bottom line is this. So if we look now, how do we really make sure that we are much more resilient? So if we look together. So when I'm talking about wellness and inclusiveness participation, how did we do it at GMMB? What we did, some companies you just end up, you come and at your desk and you see a little envelope. Want to know that? All right, how we do it at JMMB? Because we're coming from the values of love, and we know what our vision of love is and what we are standing for. So we said we're going to do this alongside a voluntary separation program. Because remember, we're already standing for team members realizing their dreams. Right? So we know that, we encourage that already. So we have a whole bunch of team members that do a whole bunch of entrepreneurial stuff and all that kind of thing on their side, right? So we say, okay, a voluntary separation program. So we're going to do the restructuring so we better serve our clients, we reduce our costs, but we're going to do it alongside a voluntary separation program. You follow what I'm saying, guys? So therefore, it has to be win-win though. So we tell our team members, no matter put in an application, if you're not, you can't take a no. Because it has to be a win-win. Do you know that we had 100 applications for the voluntary separation program? We had 46 voluntary separations that we could approve that were win-win for both the company and for the team member. Right? Some of them we save money on, some of them we need that role, we need to upskill it anyway, and some of them really and truly was just really straight compassion because the team member have their medical situations in their families that they need that space to attend to. So we had 46 voluntary separation. How much involuntary redundancy do you think we have? Give me a guess. Who says 0? No, man, 1. 1 involuntary redundancy. You see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm talking. Clap it, man. Clap that. Because it means that. And just today we sent out the email with 19 people who are leaving, 20 people who are leaving in June. You know what I mean? And they feel good about it. We're going to miss them. But the fact of the matter is that they're going to realize their dreams and that kind of thing. So there are ways that you can do work in a way to honor and include everybody. And you'd get it to the best interest of all, and that's where we stand for. And that's why we have the kind of results that we have in terms of the great place to work. And this is Jamaican, guys, and we love to share. We love to share. So, we love to share what works.
Yeah.
Because we believe, let me tell you one thing, last point, because I should not have been the first person. Anyway, last point. This is one thing I'm standing for my country. I want everybody to feel so good when they go to work that they are realizing their best self and living inside of their purpose and passion. And having the quality of relationship that I know Jamaicans are capable of in terms of authentic, real relationships. You understand? So that's what we stand for. And that's why when Craig said, asked Auntie Donna to come and share, I take this opportunity. Because it's possible, because of who we are as Jamaicans. We have something very special around connecting with each other. We are very authentic people, and we need to maximize that. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Donna. Thank you. So if I can just quickly sum up some of the key points that Donna would have raised. There are three things I really want that stuck with me. One, the principles of the JMMB workplace. You mentioned being the best version of yourself.
Absolutely.
And I had mumbled, and I don't think my mic was on. The reality is, you can't leave yourself at home. You can't take a piece of you to work. You can't take your right arm to work. You have to take all of you. Absolutely. So organizations and workplaces that encourage you to be the best version of yourself are definitely places that are a great place to work. Yeah. And on that point, you spoke about having the right people in the right places. Yeah. Be better off. And on that point, I would like to pivot to Dr. Before I go, Donna, I did not introduce you properly. Oh. I should have introduced Don Duncan Scott, who is the Group Culture and Human Development Officer at JMMB. Forgive me for not introducing her formally earlier.
Yeah, man.
All right, so over to you, Dr. Hendricks. I think you're coming up to the podium. Yeah. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be in this setting, this productivity summit, and so I want to congratulate the productivity team for putting this very important summit on. Now, earlier, when I was listening to the presenter talking about AI, I thought to myself, oh my goodness, how am I going to fit into this conversation? How will persons with disabilities fit into the conversation when we're thinking about robots taking over? But then the second to last slide came in, where it was demonstrated that persons with disabilities, whether you can use your hands or not, or your feet or not, you can be valuable in the AI workspace. And so this afternoon, we're going to be looking at disability inclusion in the workplace. And what does that mean? It is simply ensuring that persons with disabilities have an equal opportunity and are fully integrated into all aspects of society, including but not limited to education, employment, social activities, and public services. It involves identifying the barriers that would prevent persons with disabilities from participating fully and creating an environment that will support their full inclusion and participation. And so the JMMB that Donna spoke about just now sounds like a good place to be and a place that many other Jamaican workplaces need to practice. Who do we talk about when we talk about a person with a disability? I know that sometimes persons think of the worst case scenario, but if you look on the screen, you will see people that are ordinary people. And if you look at me, you will see a person and you will say, oh, she's fine, she doesn't have a disability. But I do. And so persons with disabilities are persons who have long-term impairments, whether they are physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory, which, and this is the key word, may hinder their full participation in society on an equal basis with others. Many times we think about persons with disabilities, and the first thing we think of is that, no, they're not able to. However, I'm sure if you look at the persons on the screen, you will see persons that can do many things, including myself. Now, it's very important in a workspace that we recognize that there is a legal framework that surrounds disability inclusion. Of course, persons may know, or if you don't, Jamaica was the first country to ratify the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And this convention is a 50-page or 50-article document that speaks to what are the fundamental rights that persons with disabilities have. And are they any different from the rights that any other ordinary citizen have? Certainly not. They are the same as anyone else or any other right that we all have as citizens. The right to education, the right to employment, the right to travel and to be participating in society. We also have the Disabilities Act that was passed in the Parliament in Jamaica in 2014 and became effective on February 14, 2022. So we do have a legislative framework around which we have to function. And these legislative frameworks indicate that persons with disabilities must be included on an equal basis with others, without any discrimination. What is important in the workplace to ensure its accessibility to ensure its inclusion is accessibility. And that is ensuring that the physical spaces, the digital platforms that we've been talking about, communication methods are actually accessible. Most persons, when we speak about accessibility, think about a ramp and a rail, most often than not. However, sometimes the ramp and the rails are in place. However, when you get to the doorway, there's a step into this space. And so the consideration has to be how to ensure that the entire space is accessible. The signage, how the environment is set out in terms of its design, the restrooms and the ability to utilize that comfortably, and of course sign language interpretation that we have been experiencing today to ensure that persons who are deaf and hard of hearing can understand and participate in the discussion that is taking place. And also importantly, most companies have websites, and it is ensuring that these websites are accessible so persons who are blind and visually impaired can navigate. And you know, the good thing about it is the fact that when you make a space accessible, it's not only for persons with disabilities. Every single person benefits. And I can use the ramp and the step in coming in this morning through the door towards my left. There is a ramp and there are 2 steps. And I'm sure most persons who came in here this morning utilized the ramp, didn't you? Yes, most persons didn't go up the steps. And most buildings, if there are ramps, persons will choose to use the ramps. There is also what is called reasonable arrangements. The Disabilities Act speaks to the fact that to make a space inclusive, there needs to be reasonable arrangements to facilitate persons with disabilities. And these are the necessary arrangements or adjustments that need to be put in place to ensure that the person with the disability can participate, can exercise their right, can get their benefit and their interests, and can also, be able to participate fully. The benefits of an inclusive workspace is the fact that there will be diversity of thought, diversity of ways and methods to do things differently. And that is something that I'm sure that workplaces would want to encourage. Enhanced employee morale and productivity. I did a study some time ago and found that companies that employ persons with disabilities, the level of morale is very high. And we look at places like Digicel, we look at places like Grace Kennedy, and you can feel and hear the difference and know the difference even if you don't work there. The kind of workspaces that there are include persons with disabilities, and other people benefit from having people with disabilities around in the place or in the space. There is access to a larger talent pool, because the truth is, persons with disabilities comes with talents and skills that sometimes others might not have. And so it is important that they too have a place at the table. We all have a place at the table. So we can introduce some new things and we can bring to the table other ideas that were not thought of. Many persons in hesitating to employ persons with disabilities would wonder, how do I do it? But the best way to do it? Talk to the person. And you will find that what you think would be costly is actually no cost at all. And of course, there's a positive impact on the corporate reputation. And you know that from the companies that I spoke about earlier. Everybody knows what Digicel is like. And when you go there, you will see persons of varying disabilities who participate. They are not just there and not moving up. They are not just there doing the menial task. They are right across the organization. The Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities is also an organization, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, that has persons with disabilities working there. And it makes a difference because there are persons who are deaf, persons who have mental disabilities or psychosocial disabilities, persons with physical disabilities, persons who are blind and visually impaired. And I'm sure others will tell you who do not have a disability. Looking at a person who is blind, moving around and maneuvering their devices, I don't think you're blind for true. You do this too well. And so it demonstrates that persons with disabilities are not a liability, but they are indeed an advantage to the organization, and a positive will provide a positive impact on the organization. What are the barriers that we need to consider that would prevent inclusion? There are physical barriers. Of course, the doorway that is too narrow, the bathroom that you can't use, the desk that is either too high or too low, the customer service representative that you can't speak with because they're up there and you're sitting here in your wheelchair. So many things. The steps, of course. Communication barriers, whether without sign language or simple language for persons with intellectual disabilities who will not be able to comprehend complex conversations and directions, but simplicity. And simplicity works for everybody. I've often heard that if you can speak to a child, and if you can speak to a person with an intellectual disability, you can reach anyone. The greatest barrier that there is, because once we can knock down stairs, we can put up ramps and rails, but attitudinal barriers are those barriers that are the most difficult to remove. And so discussions like these or conversations like these help to break those barriers and help us to recognize that persons with disabilities is just an ordinary person like I am. And once given the opportunity, can make good in this space. And of course, there are technological barriers. But the good thing is that in this day and age that we live, technology is being made such that everybody can participate. It is accessible, so you can turn on and off the accessible features. And so the strategies to utilize would be based on what we said earlier, looking at the physical accommodations and making the changes there, flexible work arrangement, which has become the norm, assistive technology, which everybody uses, and so it's not particular to persons with disabilities, and of course, training and sensitization programs to ensure that people do not feel that they need to tiptoe or walk on eggshells around a person with a disability. It is okay to tell a blind person, look here, or a deaf person, listen to this. It is okay. So the best practices in workplace inclusion, universal design principles, and that is creating products and structures and environments that everybody can use from the cradle to the grave. Mentorship and support programs, reasonable accommodation policies, and employee resource groups. Have the people with the disability talking, have them as part of the conversation, and they will bring much to the table that I'm sure you might be surprised. And so my recommendation to all of us in this room and those who are listening elsewhere, ensure that your organization has a comprehensive accessibility policy. Provide consistent and ongoing training and education for your team members, and establish partnerships with organizations that serve persons with disabilities if you need guidance. And of course, as I indicated, the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities is here to help, to guide, and to provide what is required to allow you and all of us to have that inclusive workspace, because nothing about us without us, including the person with a disability, will make your workplaces so much better. I thank you.
And thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Hendricks. I really appreciate that. And if I can just sum up some of the key things that you would have shared. You spoke about the importance of being valuable in the workplace and the fact that we are all valuable.
Yes.
And you spoke about the fact you actually helped to give a definition of understanding what a disability is, long-term impairments, which may, and you said may, not June, may hinder their ability to perform. And one of the things that stuck with me, and I'm sure stuck with many of the persons in this room, it's more than just a ramp and a rail.
Yeah.
We need to see beyond that. And we need to really assess our accommodation strategies if we're going to really drive our inclusion and inclusivity in our country and in our nation. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, the floor is yours. You can stand, sit, anything you want.
No, I have
We're
to
inclusive.
stand. I have to stand based on what I want to do.
All right.
All right. Afternoon, everyone. Now I have 7 minutes, and I'm going to use my 7 minutes differently. 2 things I'm going to ask you to do. One is to just reach over to somebody and tell them, look them in the eye, and tell them, you matter.
Donna, you matter.
No, just find somebody else now. Just find somebody else. And then smile this time. Smile this time. Give your best smile. You smile already? You matter. You matter. How do you sign that? You matter.
You matter. I'm learning.
All right. You matter. That's just one. And the second thing I'm going to do is to prepare you for a story. All right? I want you to stand and think of an animal that you would want to be, but don't tell anyone until. All right? Just stand quickly, because you're going to have to do something. If you can't stand, that's fine. Think about an animal you'd want to be in an animal kingdom. All right? So which is the one to the next slide? Play. Back. All right. Ready? Do you have your animal? Yes. Do you have your animal? Yes. What's your animal? All right. Did you say a meow? No, he didn't. He didn't. Do you have your animal? Now, after the count of 3, I want you to make the sound of the animal. After the count of 3, everybody together. All right, you ready? You sure you're ready? All right, I don't know how you're going to do this. All right. 1, ready. 2, ready. 3. This kingdom is not working out. I don't like this kingdom. Let's go again. I want to hear some distinct animals. So if you want to be recognized, I need to hear you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Nice, nice. Please be seated. Nice. Any elephants in the house? Any elephants? Any elephants? I didn't hear one. Nice. Any dog? Right. Not a mongrel. German Shepherd. You don't look like a mongrel. No. What kind of dog? It doesn't matter. A big dog. All right. Of course it matters. A big dog. All right. Any seals? Not Navy, but any seals? No seals in the house? Any monkeys? No monkeys in the house? Any lions? Come on, lions, roar for me. All right. Yeah. Any meows? Any cats? Any hawks? Eagles? I heard a sound. I'm going to tell you a story. One day, the animals came together. And the instructor of animals, in fact, they were in animal school, the instructor of animals said to all of them, all of you must take this new curriculum that we have. It's called all of you take the same curriculum for the animals. And at the end, you'll have to do a test. And what's the test? Well, the test is all of you will have to climb a tree. Well, trouble broke out. Serious trouble. In fact, big arguments. Because they felt this was bias towards the monkey. This is discrimination. How on earth are you going to ask me, big elephant, to climb a tree? This is not happening today. And so they had this big quarrel about this unfairness in the school, and they protested in front of the school gate, we need a transfer. We need a transfer. Question. Do they have a case? Come on, people. Do they have a case? All of them have a case? Why? Is it fair? It's not fair. Let's all agree. Everybody say it's not fair. No, hold up. You have to say it with attitude. This is not fair. It is certainly not fair, but guess what? This happens every day. And I'm here to say to you today, it is not fair. I'm saying to you managers, you HR people, it is not fair. I'm not I'm an elephant, but I can't climb a tree. I'm a seal. I'm a good seal. I want to be a productive seal, but don't ask me to climb a tree. It is not fair. I'm vexed. I'm not presenting anymore. It's just not fair. We talk about inclusiveness, but we still function like the plantation society. Everyone take a machete and cut the cane. Everyone. You hear me? Everyone must do the same things. And we talk, oh, we are inclusive. No, you're not. You're not inclusive because you're asking every single person to do the same thing without recognizing uniqueness, individuality, personality, style. This is what inclusiveness is all about. We see the tip of the iceberg of inclusiveness. Age, disability, what else? Gender, yes. That's just the tip of the iceberg of inclusiveness. There is a whole other phase, a whole other part of inclusiveness below the surface that talks about that person, and I was saying this on radio a while ago, that how do we deal with the introverts at work? It's always the loudest that gets the attention. Do we have a policy, a strategy to deal with introverts at work? People who could do fantastic work? I was working with a company and doing a focus group, and one of the introverts says, in fact, the manager says that this is the most hardworking person in this company. Yet, that individual does not want to be at work every day, in the office, negotiating for some flexi time, can't get it, hardest worker. It's not fair. And you must stop it. I'm not scolding you. I'm challenging you that how we train our managers, again, I was making this point earlier. We train our managers and we tell them all these nice things. And then they go back to the office and they become masters all over again. Why? Why? I mean, just this one slide alone I can stay on, but I just want one more slide. And there's just one question I want to ask you, and I'd probably sit down. There are other slides, but I don't need to. And the question is everyone seeing over the fence? And if they're not, it's not fair. But you jump up, oh, we've given all of them computers. Yes, you talk inequality, but all of them can't see over the fence. It's just not fair. You need equity. Then you can boast. Then you can say, I have millennials, but boy, these people are so different. But I know how to work with them. Equity. I have this person, he's been here 27 years. but works differently. I know how to work with this person. But we jump up and we say, oh, we've made investment in this, and we've give everybody this. But they can't see over the fence. But we want them to be productive. We want them to make the same outputs like the person who's seen over the fence. But the fella just can't see over the fence. It is not fair. I'm done. It's not fair.
Dr. Lewis, thank you so much. Thank you. I have a very difficult task to try and sum up that scintillating presentation, but I'm going to try my very best.
The high point? It's not fair.
It's not fair. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
My friend Aisha will tell us what is fair.
Yes. But perhaps let me take a shot. You spoke about the importance of understanding that you matter. We're all here, we're individuals, and you spoke about the importance of inclusivity. And inclusivity is recognizing that one size fits all is an outdated and archaic method of thinking and the single most barrier to us moving towards a prosperous and productive society. I heard that loud and clear.
Well said.
And I also heard you basically say that thinking that one size fits all is pretty much like what Dushyant was speaking earlier about using a floppy disk. Mm-hmm. They're just obsolete. Mm-hmm. I dare anyone to find any machine that can accept a floppy disk today. You won't find it. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. But I just want everyone to know that when Dr. Lewis was asking for the animal, I was making my sound and he didn't ask. I was a silent owl. Oh. Not fair. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's lunchtime, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's feeling hungry? Show of hands. All right, I'll be quick. Only one person. Well, being inclusive, we're going to take that person and use them as the guide, right? So, I've been asked to talk on wellness and how wellness can help to increase effectiveness. But I want to hear or see by a show of hands how many of us feel that we are the most effective in our workplace. How many of us feel like we're the best worker at work right now? Show of hands. How many of us? Show of hands. Don't be shy. It's all right. We had lions. We had big dogs. We can boast. How many of us feel like we are okay workers? Show of hands. Okay workers? All right. All right. I guess if we had time, we could go around and get from everybody else what they are. But I'm sure no hands will go up if I ask how many of us are the least productive workers at work. Oh my, we have some brave souls, right? Inclusiveness is about how do we bring all people of all forms to produce at their best at work, whether it be gender, whether it be physical abilities, or otherwise. But I do believe that there are some workers that we often miss completely the power that they have. And these workers come in all shapes and sizes. And I believe these workers are our future selves, our best potential of who we can be. And how do we bring our future self and our future workers to work requires one of the least used workers in our Jamaican society, and that is wellness. Wellness, for the most part, in Jamaica is largely utilized to remove problems. And if you agree with me, and by the way, let's look at it this way. How many of us are wellness program at work? How many of us? Wellness program is at my workplace. Show of hands. Wellness program is at my workplace. Show of hands. Let me start. Keep the hands up. Awesome. How many of us, these wellness programs are about ensuring that we eat right, exercise, and sleep well? How many of us, our programs are more than that? What's your program about? Love that, love that. So your program helps you and the members of your teams to be better people. Yes. Wellness for me means people development. They're synonymous. All right? However, what we find is that when we believe that wellness is simply about helping a person to just be a better performer or to reduce the problems that they may have. So they are tired at work, so we need to ensure that they're exercising more. Or we realize that they are not so much connecting with each other, so we need to teach them how to converse a little bit more, have some team building activities with them, right? And ensure that they can move. I'd call that level 1 wellness. That my two gentlemen that put up their hands there, yeah, show me your hands again, awesome. I think that's how wellness is being used there. Wellness across the globe has been shown to be so much more when it's thought of more holistically and more developmentally. How do we really develop our people to become their best potential in the future? Let me pause a little bit. How many of us are in HR here? Great. If you mind, how do you develop your people to be the best they can in the future? I'm going to repeat for them. I'm going to repeat. Yes. 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 You think about career path, you think about their work, their journey with the organization and how to move them through. How many of us think of wellness like that? You know, how do we not just prepare them for today in terms of what they need to eat, exercise, and so forth, but what they'll need tomorrow and what we'll need for the future for organizations? How many of us think of wellness like that? One hand. The workplace is the performance arena for every worker. If you think about it, Usain Bolt and all our athletes, their performance arena is either in the stadium or in some nice performance stadium, right? But every one of you and every one of the people who work beside you, their performance arena is the workplace. But how many of us take the time to pause, to think about what does it take to prepare my team member, myself, for the level of performance it will take to be at our peak performance in a year, in 3 years, in 5 years? How many times have you heard that conversation? And I'm so sorry, let me catch your name. Michelle. How many times have you heard that conversation around wellness? All the time. I love that. Which company are you from? You're from ITEL. Obviously, you have a powerful program. But being one in the room, I want us to start to envision wellness as something that needs to be included, not just at the individual level, but wellness to be included at the team level and at the organization level and at the strategy level in the boardrooms. Because wellness, when it's done well, wellness works. And wellness needs to be your biggest and most valuable worker, because wellness is about people development. And if we're going to develop our people to be their best, not just physically, but also mentally and socially, their relationships, and occupationally, how they project their careers, and spiritually, how they find purpose and connection, as Donna spoke about earlier, that they become your best driver of the peak performance that you seek to sustain over the not just 2 years or 3 years of your tenure, but the 10 to 30 years that we need our country and this world to become its best state. Not just divided as we find ourselves in so much wars and crisis, but built as an individual within a embryonic and fertile ecosystem that they can now flourish into the best human beings they can be right where they are in your workplace, right where they are right here in Jamaica. We can have the best team members, we can have the best workplaces, we can have the best teams right here in Jamaica if we put wellness to work in the way it works best. And so, with little time left, hopefully my message is clear. Your best workers who raised your hands and those you know are great. But there is a worker and many versions of them that sit with you and is right here in this place that is waiting on you to unleash the way in which you use wellness to increase inclusivity, increase performance, and increase the way in which we create the best in the world right from where you are. So, to summarize, wellness may be at its lowest level of performance right now, but I'm hoping as you look to the vision of the panel, inclusiveness and effectiveness, that you will bring wellness to a more holistic state, not just the holistic individual, but the holistic team and the holistic organization and the holistic Jamaica, that we will have the best of all people and their potential built right here in Jamaica for the rest of the world to see. Just like Usain Bolt can run the world record time that will hold for the next generation, we can build that here if we use wellness in the right way. Thank you so much, and I encourage you guys to keep thinking on this.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ija. And I promised when I was introducing Ija, I would not call him by his hall name, and I will still hold that promise. But if you want to know his hall name, you can check me after. If you buy me a ginger ale, I can tell you, right? No problem. But Dr. Thompson, you spoke about our future selves, and our best version of ourselves must include wellness. Has to. And it's a holistic approach to wellness that we really need if we are going to ensure that we have a future workplace that is inclusive.
Indeed.
And moreover, one thing that stuck with me is our performance takes place every day at work at your desk. So every day, every single day that you're sitting down, whether you're working from home or you're working from work, and you're sitting down, you're pressing F5 to refresh, you are doing your best, you're doing your work in your performance and your arena. Now, we have, based on my estimate, we have 8 minutes, and then I can send it to some curry goat. But before I do that, I just want to probably open up the floor, so if you have some tight questions or you have a comment for the panel, now would be a good time. And while I await persons to make their way towards a mic, all right, okay, well, there's a mic, so if you do want to ask a question or make a comment, make your way to the mic. While I wait, I will probably just say a few things. Now, first of all, it would be completely remiss of me if I did not acknowledge my day job, which is I work with Flow Jamaica, and I'm responsible for sustainability and legal strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean. And there are a couple of things I want to probably highlight. That Flow was one of the first companies to introduce parental leave for both men and women. And we have a flex personal time off, or flex PTO, which means you have unlimited vacation days, as long as you and your manager can come to an agreement on, obviously, the days and the time that you want off. So that way I hope I can get in the building and they'll give me my lunch today or give me my lunch next week, so that they could say, boy, Reese, why didn't speak about what's happening at Flow? So happy to point that out. And I was looking for my friend in the green. She stepped out. I saw her run to take a call. But miss, I want to know where you work, because, you know, if anybody, we need to look where. Where's that? She's not there. She's from Heart Trust. Okay, excellent. So Dr. Ingleton, I saw you in here earlier and you stepped out. You're probably being mic'd. Great, Dr. Ingleton. I just wanted to know that I might be looking work, because the way I'm hearing Heart Zone, it sounds like the place that you need to be working. Okay. Sorry? Oh, you have a question? Well, make your way to the mic, my dear. We all want to be inclusive and hear what you're saying. Here's the mic right here in the middle. And if you don't mind just telling us your name.
My name is Marcia Rowe Amonde. I'm from Heart Trust as well.
Okay, excellent.
You see, Donna, when you speak, I believe what you speak because I have had to do business with JMMB and I see it in practice. So the authentic aspect of it comes in. Can you just elaborate a little on that kind of environment and its relationship with productivity?
Oh, yes.
Because I think leadership and that kind of environment is so important, even as we work with various sectors at heart. The GSS sector recently asked us to do some program development and delivery in leadership and management. So how does that translate into productivity at JMMB?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. You know, the productivity, like we have the vision of love, and it says we have decided what kind of company we want to create. And then when anybody comes, that was way back in 1996, but anybody coming on after that now have to agree that this is the kind of company that you want to create. And the thing is that it's not really, we don't focus on the, it has to be best interest of all. That is the bottom line. Best interest of the shareholder, best interest of the company, the all team, and best interest of the individual and the client. You know what I mean? So we have a foundation of philosophy, and for instance, every meeting we read a part of Vision of Love to remind ourselves what are we creating together. You know what I mean? But the point I want to make is that all of this is because we have said this is the kind of company we want to create. Not just for productivity. Yes, that is what's good. You know what I mean? Because once you're being your best self, and we are honoring the uniqueness of each person, you know what I mean? And we're looking at the holistic wellness of each person, everything, the spiritual, that kind of thing. So even our development plan, you have what is your long-term goal, what's your spiritual goal, all them goal there, different goal, right? So the point is that, but it's not for productivity per se. It is because we have declared this is the kind of company that we're going to create. And then we want to honor the values the value of love. That's our foundation, one of our values. We want to honor that. And I just want to add this part because this is Jamaica and I want us to know, to recognize what we have, right? And really start to capitalize on that like heart to make sure that we, just like what you're saying, that vision, take over many, many organizations. Because sometimes when I'm talking, people say, like, no, she can't do that at JMMB. I think I have not my company, right? No, we have to mash down that lie. We have to mash down that lie and stand for our country because we have something special. We have it. I am going down the hill. I'm living in Irishtown. I'm driving down the hill. It may not take long, but one quick story. I'm driving down the hill, and my daughter, well, no, not me, my daughter was driving. And so we come down to a steep part now, them called Savage Pen. So I said, she is learning to drive, so she's not driving down at the road there with me. So I'm coming out of the car now to go on the other side, so she must come out to the driver's seat, and me going in the driver's seat to go down Savage Pen Road. Don't that make sense? Okay. Man on the roadside at the bar, them a play domino. And the side said, them have to come into my life now. And said, hold on now, miss. Why are you making it? How is she going to learn? If you don't allow her, this is what they're saying to me, these men are playing dominoes, and talking about Jamaica. When they hear what I say. And them say, so I said, oh, okay. I said, how you come into this really? I said, becoming, look at what I'm going to have to do now in case, if I'm going to comply with what they're proposing. And they say it's hard. One of the guys said hard, pure hard. How is she going to learn? You follow what I'm saying? And of course I allowed her to drive down the hill. And you're here. And I'm here. But this is Jamaica. Wanna get what I say? Why them have to come into my business? Because we are Jamaicans. That's how we steer. How we fast. You follow what I'm saying? And we care about each other. Okay? That's who we are. We need to maximize that. And when it comes to the workplace, we need to start standing up and say, no, what kind of workplace are we going to be creating here? Because everybody has some nice fancy word right down in a damn thing. We need to hold the leadership accountable. You understand? Because not only Bolt alone can be best, we can all be best, as you say, in our performance thing. You know what I mean? So we have something special, Jamaicans. We have it. So we really capitalize on that authentic thing. So we allow people to just share authentically how they feel. Nothing is wrong with the feeling. Nobody can wrong you for your feeling. But then what are we committed to? Look beyond that now. And, like when we're having a conversation and I feel bad, I will share it. But then I'm going willing to look and say, what was your intention? Did you really mean to hurt me? And then we can really look together and see how we can build a relationship that works and increase our collaboration and increase productivity.
All right.
Authenticity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Donna. So this is going to be our final question/comment, and we'll wrap up and then send you on your way. Please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Charmaine Lewis, Career and Placement Officer at the University of Technology. So I want to thank all of you for your excellent and passionate presentations. One of the things that I have been thinking about is inclusivity. And, every year we have a job fair. And so this year I thought how cool it would be to have a job fair specifically for graduates with special needs. But one of the pushbacks that I heard was that they would not come, they would feel, so how do we navigate the sensibilities, Dr. Hendricks, as we seek to be inclusive in our approach?
Yeah, just start speaking.
Okay,
yeah.
Right. Thank you so very much for that question, because my chairman and I were talking about that earlier. And what I believe is that not have a specific job fair for persons with disabilities. Have a job fair where anybody can come and have that opportunity for a job. Sometimes persons with disabilities do not show up because they do not believe that persons really want to hire them. So persons may feel that you might interview me, but if you see that I have a disability, you won't call me in. And that is a genuine feeling. And so if it is that we invite everybody and allow them to know that qualification that you have is what we're going for, and if you are the right fit for my company, that is what I'm looking for, and demonstrate it in a way that they're not only coming for the lower level jobs, let me put it that way, but they have an opportunity, even if they start there, to move up in the company or demonstrate that your company is the kind of company that will enhance their growth and development, then I believe over time they will come.
Okay, well, the thing about our job fair is that they were there, but somehow, as Dr. Lewis said, it just didn't seem fair because,
So it depends on what was there. So if deaf person showed up, did you have interpreters to have that conversation with them? If persons with intellectual disabilities or persons who were blind showed up, were they able to, interact with the space and the information that you're providing in a manner that they can have that dialogue with you?
All right. Thank you very much. I am so sorry. We can't take your question in this formal environment, but we're very happy, all of us panelists, to come down and have a quick discussion with you about your question or your comment. We're out of time. So just to wrap up, there are 3 things to remember and 1 thing never to forget. Number 1, there's a lot of unlearning we have to do as a country, as a nation, as a people to enhance productivity. We have to shift our attitudes to simple things like our ways of learning, vacation. Are you a morning person? Are you a night person? Parental leave. We have to ensure that we are moving into the 21st century and beyond by recognizing the unlearning we have to do. Number 2, diversity, inclusion. It makes us better. Every single person on this panel just summed it up for you quite nicely. And thirdly, most importantly, we have to remember that wellness matters. It's holistic. It's end-to-end. It's a full 100. You have to ensure that it's not just mental wellness. You're taking care of all aspects of your wellness. And one thing to never forget, ladies and gentlemen, leadership matters. You must have an interest and take an interest in your people, in their wellness, in their development, and in promoting an inclusive workplace. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we're going to move into the future of a productive workplace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. One more time for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Donna Duncan, Dr. Christine Hendricks, Dr. Henry Lewis, and Mr. Nigel Thompson, and of course, our moderator, Reese Campbell. I'm sure something from that presentation resonated with all of us. Yes? I am 100% sure. It is so important for us that whoever we choose to be in this animal kingdom, whether it is you want to be the lion roaring, you want to be a cat, you want to be an eagle, you have the potential to excel and to be productive. And inclusivity is about equity and equality. And finally, last but definitely not least, organizations that help persons to fulfill their destinies will always be sought after. If you help me to be my best self, I will want to give my best self to your organization in return. Do you agree? Yes? All right, so it's time for lunch. I'm sure you're a bit hungry. So I'm going to encourage you while we break to visit the booths, both outside and on the inside. We have DBJ, we have a video booth outside as well. EduHub is here. MLS, UTech, Kendall, NCBJ, and Hart. We're going to have some giveaways after lunch as well, but I'm going to be asking the 4 tables here closest to the door. You can make your way to the buffet on the outside. We're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to direct you as to when it is that the other tables should embark on the outside. So we're going to break, and then we'll be right back. And one more thing, during lunch, we have a saxophonist who will be entertaining you. So please welcome Daniel Jackson. He'll be playing some tunes for you while we break. I know we're finishing up lunch, but we need to continue with the program. I know that you've checked out the booths, the Heart NSTA Trust, UTEC, the Development Bank of Jamaica, CARMED, which is on the outside as well. But I have some giveaways from our sponsors. So the first giveaway, I need somebody to answer this question for me. To which division of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security does the Jamaica Productivity Center belong? To which division of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security does the Jamaica Productivity Center belong? Labor Division. She got it right, Tamar? Yes, you got it right. Congratulations to you. We have a prize for you. All right, next question. How many regional offices are there within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security? Regional offices. And if you are from the ministry, you cannot enter. I see one hand over here. 13, no. Let me see. 12, no. Regional offices, you know. I see your hand. No, my friend right there in the black at the table, yes. 3, Tamar? No? Yes? Oh, he got it right, Tamar? Yes, okay, all right, so it's 3. Congratulations to you. So we have one winner here, one winner right here at the table at the front. All right, another question. Let me see if I can find somebody from this side of the room. How many top managers surveyed by the JPC could identify skills needed for the future of work over the next 5 years? Let me give you some statistics. All right. You want me to give you the statistics first? You sure? Because I'm going to pick again, you know. All right, now I'm going to give you a chance. Is it A, 54%? Is it B, 13%? Is it C, 40%? Or is it D, 17%? 17. It's 17%, Tamar? Yes, you got it right. Congratulations to you. Come on up for your prize. All right, Tamar, can we do one more giveaway before the demonstration from our friends? One more? All right. One more giveaway. Which of the following is not identified as a binding constraint to productivity improvement in Jamaica? Is it A, inadequacies in innovation ecosystem? B, demographic makeup of the workforce? C, education and skill level of the labor force? Or D, limited economic diversification? I saw your hand first. B? Is it B? She got it right? Tamar? It's B? B is the demographic makeup of the workforce. So congratulations. Come on up for your prize. Give them a round of applause, guys. So we're going to get ready for our next panel discussion. But before we do so, our partners from the Heart NSTA Trust, they have a lot going on at their booths. I'm sure you know that at this point in time, we're big on robotics, especially in our primary and our secondary institutions. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a demonstration from our friends at the Heart NSTA Trust. Yeah, man, you can clap them. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm Rafiq Muir, robotics instructor, Heart, National Tools and Engineering. And also, we have Draved Dixon, our demonstrator. Draved Dixon. Okay, Dravid, if you could just do a quick movement of the robot. So currently, at National Tools and Engineering Institute, we call it NTI for short, we're offering a robotics program, level 2 and 3 robotics. The full name of the course is Autonomous Mobile Robotics, and HEART is pushing now an initiative to have our students ready with skills that will be needed in the future. As such, for the Productivity Summit and the future, we know that the industry will have to meet a demand that is coming, whereby a lot of the industrial sector will need automated machinery. And as such, HEART wants to put their students in the right position at the right time when the need for this skill is in high demand. Right now, it's already building in demand, but we know for sure that our students will be ready. And just a quick explanation of what we call the StackBot. These are resources and kits that we have at the institution so that trainees can come and learn mobile robotics, where they learn the mechanical, electronics, and programming of these robots right now. This robot is equipped with a 3D sensor called a LiDAR and also a depth camera, where it can map the environment and the robot can act autonomously, meaning you write the program, whether it's a step-by-step program or an AI running, and it can move on its own. Right now, the robot is in manual mode via the controller for demonstration purposes. So if there are any more questions about the program and the timeline offers, you can check us out down by the booth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that demonstration from the HEART NSTA Trust. All right, so we're going to jump into our next session. I know our panelists are eager and ready to go, and we're going to be talking about students of today in the workplaces of tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our moderator, Tanisha Mullings, Chief Social Innovator at Next Step Lifelong Educational Services, and our panelists, Dr. Kevin Brown, Professor Andrew Spencer, Dr. Maurice McNaughton, and Dr. Tanisha Ingleton. Please make them feel welcome as they make their way to the stage. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Students of today in the workplaces of tomorrow.
Let's go. All right, all right. Hi, everybody. It's after lunch, so everybody should be doing well, yes?
Oh, you could use it if you want to.
So we're going to be switching the narrative, because usually after lunch, what happens? What's that N-word? You have just been fed, so you should be able to speak loud and clear, right? So after lunch, what happens? But after lunch, what happens in this room is more awareness, because you have more energy. Are we good on that?
Good.
Yes. So I have with me here a very dynamic panel. Are you ready for a dynamic discussion? So yesterday I heard people talking about, with all these advancements in AI, will we be working in 20 years? Do you think we'll be working? All right, so let's do a quick poll in the room. If you feel you can never be replaced by AI, am I hearing some feedback? Is that I know the answer for me, or is it a separate discussion? All right, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If the person beside you is having another conversation, just stop them and say, we're ready now. Good. So we are preparing the students of today for all the advancements that we've been talking about since the beginning of this conference. We've looked at many graphs. We've looked at the Global Innovation Monitor, the Global Innovation Index. But in all of this conversation, we must make sure that we are preparing our students. True or false? The lady on TV, Jed, said, through. All right, but true, right? I'm sitting with some distinguished professors, heads of schools, and movers and shakers of the education space in Jamaica. Let's have a round of applause for them all. So we have Dr. Kevin Brown, president of the University of Technology. He dare not make a mistake on that one. Elizabeth Birdie said he was to be somewhere else, but he thought today was so important that he must be in the room. Give him an extra clap for that. And by now, everybody knows the lady with the blonde hair, right? But that's not what we know her for. We know that she is a mover and shaker, and she works where? All right, heart is always loud and proud. They say skills pay the bills. So she's driving the ship at the Heart Trust NTA. And I heard her recently, boy, Heart is gonna be loud and proud. I heard her recently talking about how there are digital skills included in every single program at Heart. Whether you do plumbing or you're doing cosmetology, digital skills are included in every program. One clap for Heart. I know you'd have done many claps. All right, we also have Professor Andrew Spencer. And where is he from? CMU is also loud and proud. What is CMU? I see you, you see me. Caribbean Maritime University. All right, not institute. So give him a round of applause. We're going to be hearing a lot from him. And we have Dr. Maurice McNaughton, Director in the Excellence and Innovation at University of the West Indies. A round of applause for Dr. McNaughton. All right, so Jamaica is making sure that we are front and center and that our students are prepared at every level of education. Sounds good? So this panel will demonstrate that this is not just talk, but it's a reality. So we're gonna have a quick intro to the conversations from each of them. What we're trying to do is to keep these conversations, the introductions, brief, so there's more time to interact with you. Sounds good? All right, so I will start with you, Dr. Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear? Oh, there you go. I'll start again. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch and you're really excited about this session because it's a very important one, because as you can see on the platform, we have some of the major public education institutions on the platform. And our reason for existing is to produce Jamaica's next workforce. That's the mission. For the University of Technology, for 65 years, we have been producing work-ready graduates. And we have an alumni of 60,000 strong. But the challenge for us is, what will the graduate of tomorrow require to compete and survive and succeed in the workplace? A workplace that is rapidly changing, a workplace that is technology-driven. And make no mistake, our institutions are not producing only Jamaica's workforce. We're producing the workforce for the region, we're producing the workforce for the globe. 80% of Jamaicans with tertiary education leave Jamaica. So not only do I have the challenge, or my staff, my team have the challenge of ensuring that the curriculum is ready for what Jamaica requires, but we have to ensure that our students can go out into the global marketplace and compete and succeed. And we have been doing that. For UTech, we offer, some of the programs we offer are only offered at UTech in terms of the Caribbean. We are the only university with a public health school, for example. The largest architecture school in the Caribbean is right here in Jamaica. So we have that responsibility regionally. Now, what I want to do quickly is just to talk to you about the challenges that will enable us, the challenges we face rather, to enable us to get to a workforce for tomorrow. When you talk about STEM education, you may have seen some of the fancy kit that Heart NST has on display today, right? And there they have a very strong STEM content, so do we. But we're funded in different ways. And so the challenge for us is, how do we fund STEM education, right? And that is a conversation across the entire education ecosystem. How do you fund STEM education such that every student in Jamaica, tertiary or otherwise, is exposed to the latest and greatest technology so that they're ready? The next thing is the staffing. Are our teachers, are my academics ready? Do they have the skills and the teaching methodology to deliver to students for tomorrow? Back in my time, the lecturer would come with him notes, and he reads to me, and I write it down. Who remember those days? Can I teach like that anymore? No, right? And for STEM education in particular, it's about experiential learning, it's about project-based learning. So now we have to ensure that the academic staff are also ready for that transition. And then the other thing, beyond the student, to add to the student experience, for UTech in particular, and something personal to me, is how do we ensure that the university campus has a technological ecosystem that reflects our mission? So all our business operations, when you walk onto campus, do you feel the technology as well? And so, I can see Minister is probably making notes, so I'll just say to Minister that funding this transition is going to be one of our biggest challenges. And it is not going to be only down to the government. I'm going to call on the private sector, I'm going to call on the stakeholders, and I'm going to call on the alumni to say that you will now have to support your institutions to be ready to prepare tomorrow's workforce. So those are some of the challenges. They're not insurmountable. And I think that for me, it's about partnership. All of us here, every single one of us sitting here, are public institutions. And what we want to do and will be doing, at least that is my hope, is that we will work together and perhaps share resources, both technical resources and human resources, right, to ensure that Jamaica, in the end, Jamaica wins. So I'll just leave you with those opening remarks.
The academic staff? Do we have the technological ecosystem? And the private sector, are you here? It's only government. Okay, yes. We got a few yeses, Dr. Brown. And government, are you here? I didn't hear anything from...
Dr. Dunn is the only one.
All right, so we go to Dr. Ingleton for her opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mullins. Before I give my opening remarks, I want to say that I am connected to all the gentlemen on stage. I'm connected. I taught at UTech, I worked at CMU, and I studied and taught at the UWI.
Wow.
Woo! So, indeed, I'm connected. Now, this is a very important topic. The students of today for the workplace of tomorrow. And I just want to set the context. When we talk about the students of today, what are we looking at? Who are the people we are referring to? And when we talk about the workplace of tomorrow, exactly what's on our minds? So the students of today are not necessarily the individuals who are in the high schools now. All of us in here are students of today. If we look at the retirement population in Jamaica, it now stands at 7.8%. 7.8% of Jamaica's population is in that retirement stage. Can we leave them behind? For the first time in history, we are seeing a multi-generational workforce. Almost all the generations are huddled together in one workplace. So we have individuals who are 66, 70 in the space, and we have the 18 and 19-year-olds in the space as well. How do we bridge that gap? And that trend is continuing because every single year we are seeing a slight increase on the retired population. So we have to look at lifelong learning. What is it that we're doing to continuously upskill the entire population? How can we reach out to individuals to ensure that the fact that you have a degree doesn't mean that you can't go to another career? The fact that you are 40 years old and you have been in a workplace for how many years, it doesn't mean that you can't switch careers. It doesn't mean that where you are and what you have studied is the only thing that you can do. If we're going to keep this productivity going, Minister, we're going to have to tap into every able-bodied Jamaican. And that is what the Heart NSTA Trust is doing in terms of its lifelong learning. That merger of the Jamaica Foundation for Lifelong Learning was not just theoretical. It was very strategic to ensure that we respond to every single Jamaican. So there is that piece. And then we have another piece. For the first time, we have what I refer to as the triangular affair. There is the human intelligence, the artificial intelligence, and the collective intelligence. The only piece there that can never be circumvented is the human intelligence. Every revolution, across all the revolutions we have seen, we have never been able to replace the human intelligence, but we have not necessarily harnessed it very well. So the students of today are digitally savvy. They are connected to technology. They want experience. They want to travel. It's all about what is in it for me. It's not about working for you, but about working with you. That's what they want. So we have to now tap into the emotional intelligence that the AI cannot replace. The adaptability and the resilience that the only thing you can do to get that is actually to teach the employability skills. So at the Heart NSTA Trust, we have woven into our curriculum, it's not an appendage, it is woven into the curriculum, employability skills. How do we get you, Dr. Brown and Professor Spencer and Professor McNaughton, how do we get the students Monday morning ready? How do we get them to come out of the pajamas, come off the internet and all of those things, and get them to understand the value of work? And so at the Heart NSTA Trust, we are very intent on that. Whilst we do very well at the technical skills and the competencies, we do the psychometric testing, and it's telling us customer service is a challenge. Professionalism is a challenge. Mannerism in a workspace is a challenge. And no matter how much robots we have, that human intelligence is the key to really make us productive. And so we have to work on that. So those are some of these things that we're
all right. Dr. Ingleton there, waking up the pajama economy. I hope that we're hearing loud and clear, and it's about continuous upskilling all along the ladder of life. Now let's hear from Professor Andrew Spencer with his opening remarks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I want to greet everybody in the room, and then I'd like to greet the distinguished panelists, all of whom I know quite well and who are my friends. And I want to start by answering Dr. Brown's question. And Dr. Brown's question was, how do we give Jamaicans access to the very best technology? My simple answer is send them to the CMU.
What did you say?
I jest, but I use that as the opening to say that the kinds of technology that exist in the developed world are existent in our space in pockets, Dr. Brown. Yeah. And that's why Dr. Brown and I have looked at particular partnerships. For example, we just signed recently to get access to one of his cutting-edge laboratories, while at the same time giving him access to our pneumatics, hydraulics, mechatronics labs, and so on. And it's this kind of partnership that we're talking about that's going to drive the future of work. If we are able, we're a poor country. Let's accept that. We're not awash with the resources that others have. And what that means is that we have to come together. The Patterson Report says that if we're to move anywhere close to developed country status, we need to be at about 45% minimum access to higher education, and we're at 27%. So I use this when talking to my colleagues to say we're all failing, right? And I don't say it in a bad way. I say it so that we all step up our game in ensuring that Jamaicans have this kind of access. I also wanted to say that I quite like the fact that Heart is ensuring that they touch every Jamaican. And I give the team applause for that. And here's why that is particularly important. And Dr. Ingleton gets it. She downplayed it a little bit and said, I worked for CMU, but she held one of the most critical roles there, actually, as the VP of Administration. So you'll understand that was everything, and registrar. And so what I like that I see happening, for example, at Hart, is that many of the areas where we have unique degree offerings at the CMU, in mechatronics, in other areas that are quite niche but can meet the needs of multiple sectors, is that Hart, at another level, is doing much of that and having a greater reach, expansively, right? So what that means is that once she's done reaching them, we'll be happy to take them off her hands. And it's that kind of pipeline that we're talking about. It's the ecosystem. It's the ecosystem that's on the stage right now. And that's what I want to tap into. And colleagues, as I don't want to make the opening too long because I know we want to get you to ask some questions. But the one other thing I would say is that it is going to be the borderless thinker, and this is how we train our students now. We say to them, yes, you're in the Faculty of Marine and Nautical Studies. Yes, you are in the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology. Yes, you're in the Faculty of Shipping and Logistics. But guess what? Your degree in Customs, Immigration, Freight Forwarding is as much a degree in Operations Management, and you better know it. And we've said to students that those of you who are doing programs in areas that you would not think could touch areas outside of where your focus has been, you need to think a little bit differently. Now, evidence of that, last week we had a conversation. Michael Licino was at CMU talking about what? Employing only logistics and engineering graduates for the financial sector going forward in his business. How outside of the box is that, right? And so it's that kind of borderless thinking. What are the skills that you will apply? And the point he made, which I thought was poignant, was, Amazon can move millions of packages a day, and he's having trouble handling 300 ABMs. He says what he needs for that are solution-oriented engineers, and he needs logisticians who can run routinized processes without blinking an eye. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot more to say in my opening, but we're all being kind to each other now, and we're very aligned, and that's what excites me about the future of Jamaica and the Caribbean, is that we have alignment in thinking, but we're not only thinkers, we're not only thought leaders, we're doers, and very rarely do you have on any one stage or in any one room people who can think, who can be cognitively agile, but who can also execute and implement at the rate that we're doing it. So again, back to what Dr. Brown says, fund us and we'll make it happen.
Excellent, excellent. This panel, ladies and gentlemen, is defining what ecosystem means. Do you agree? Yes, ecosystem in action. Dr. McNaughton, your opening remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Colleagues, it's a pleasure, privilege in fact, to be sharing this stage with distinguished leaders of institutions. And I should mention that I'm actually representing Professor Denzel Williams, who was invited but was not, unfortunately, unavailable. So I'm going to ask for one slight adjustment to our panel. We refer to the students of today and the workplaces of tomorrow. I want to slightly adjust workplace, and let's speak in terms of workspace. Because workplace connotes a kind of traditional physical place that you go to work for somebody, right? Workspace is the globe. And with digital technologies, we really are preparing our students for the workspace of tomorrow. Indeed, the workspace of today. And so there are three things I want to just reference in terms of what we have to do. And if you could pull up just a quick slide there, if that works. But there are three things that we've been talking about: productivity, entrepreneurship, innovation. What problem are we trying to solve? I think it's a fundamental question we as institutions have to answer, because we're preparing the student for the workspaces of tomorrow. Are we trying to solve a productivity problem, innovation problem, or a problem of entrepreneurship? And I would like to suggest to you that the obvious answer may seem to be all of the above, but I think the greatest of the three is innovation. and building an innovative capacity. And I always say, you know, Jamaica is, and Dr. Brown, I think it's a study coming out of your institution, the GEM report, which suggests that we are one of the most entrepreneurial places in the world. And we're spinning up entrepreneurs constantly, but there's a challenge with sustainability. And again, for me, thank you, entrepreneurship without innovation is little more than hustling. All right, so we have to build innovation in everything that we do. Innovation, if you want me to prefer, this doesn't work. If you want me to prefer a definition, innovation is, okay, go back. Innovation is the ability to create. And it's not just a product, but it could be a process, it could be an idea, but ultimately an innovation must have an impact. It must impact markets, governments, or society in a significant way. And so what we have to create in our students for tomorrow is the capacity to innovate, the capacity to bring ideas to market, to bring things into being. And it's more than ideas. Great ideas is not innovation. Great ideas can lead to innovation, but it's not innovation. Inventing something is not innovation. Innovation plus entrepreneurship is what leads to growth. And as I said earlier, if you have entrepreneurship absent innovation, then you're really just hustling, right? So the man who sets up a stall on the corner doing ice cements, he's an entrepreneur. He's creating employment, but absent innovation, it's going to be not sustainable. And in today's world, we have to gear our students for innovation in a digital space where they have much greater access to all of these disruptive technologies than they had 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And we have to gear them to exploit and use these technologies, which are asset-light, but very disruptive. And so whether it's cloud computing and mobile, whether it's big data and open data, whether it is the AI, as we all talking about nowadays, or whether it's exploiting social media, they have to be in a position to exploit digital so that when they think in terms of innovation, it's about looking for underserved segments, it's about conceptualizing and designing business models that are innovative, it's about being prepared to experiment and being prepared to fail, and we have to give them the mindset that I can fail if it's a learning process. And we've heard constantly on this stage, it's about collaboration. So building an innovation ecosystem is critical for all of our institutions in terms of collaboration. I mean, you probably can't make out what's on this slide, but it speaks to the idea of an ecosystem that involves government agencies, academic institutions, the private sector, a whole bunch of actors that are essential for innovation to thrive. And I think that's where our collaborative efforts have to be centered on. Yes. Innovation.
All right, great. A round of applause for all the opening remarks. So I'm sure that there are many questions brewing. So yes, you can make your way over to the microphone. So while she's on her way, I realized that I introduced the panel and did not introduce myself. My name is Tishana Mullings. I am Chief Social Innovator at Next Step Lifelong Educational Services, where we're teaching life skills from the primary level all the way up to corporate. And of course, we're currently working on an AI learning model where we're looking at people's learning gaps and organizing micro-learning units. You know, like how Duolingo works? Right, so it would have a super scheduler in there. It's coming soon. So stay tuned. All right, so we already have a question on the floor. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Khalifa Clark. I really appreciate that we're speaking more about people-based productivity. Like, that's beautiful. But in this conversation, what I am realizing is that we have placed a very great emphasis on STEM education, right? And that's great. AI is coming, fine, cool. We need technology, great. But the arts are dying. They are literally dying. Investigative journalism is on a low in this country. We have different arts. People don't see the point of a gender studies degree, even though we are a developing country that has a lot of gender-based issues. the humanities and the social sciences, things like that. What are we doing to ensure that we foster a situation where people see the validity of those degrees? And what are we doing to ensure that these degrees can be put into the working world, right?
Bring it home for us.
I'm so sorry, there's a lot. It's a compounded question, right?
Yes.
The other day I saw where our Minister of Education, she spoke about the fact that we're seeing less people doing CXCs in vocational training. I did agree, it was beautiful. And they're trying to take that away. What is HEART's plan, or anybody else's plan, to ensure that more persons are interested in those subjects? We're seeing where...
I'm going to beg you to bring it home to the key question.
Quick, right?
I think we got it.
Quick.
I think we got it.
Yeah, so we're saying
I
that
can
generations are existing across the workspaces. However, there are less millennials, less Gen Zs who want to be in skilled work. I don't know about anybody else, but I can't find a shoemaker. So there's that. And just one more thing. When we're talking about innovation, what is our plan to ensure that green technology and sustainability is a part of our innovation plans in our curriculum? Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to Heart for Heart's plan, and then I'm going to take a response from one other panelist on that one. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for those questions. It's clear that you're very passionate about all the areas you mentioned. I'm going to speak to the second part. And I really want us to listen, because we're dealing here with a mindset problem that we have to own, that we have created. Why is it that there are so many people, as she indicated, may seem not to be interested in vocational areas to the point where we had a challenge that we would have seen the other day? It's a mindset challenge that we have created. We have created a false dichotomy, which indicates that a traditional academic route is superior to moving the way of skills. We've created that. We have instituted systems that perpetuate that. We are at the stage now where we are seeing that the individual who is skilled is able to live and have a meaningful and productive life, demand his salary, it not being communicated or given to him, because the person with the skills tell you, you have to pay me X to do Y. So we are seeing now where the skills, that route is indeed having us as humans beings living a more productive life. However degreed we are, we have to call in the plumber that within 5 minutes fix the problem that we are there struggling with, and then gives us a bill. We're saying, what is this that we are paying for? That is the world we're living in now. But still, we communicate subtly and otherwise that this is a deficit route. That if you go this route, it is because you are unable. It is because you're unable to succeed within that traditional route. We have to stop it, because the changing world of skills today is showing us that the same level of cognitive and critical thinking that you need to become a lawyer or a doctor, you need that same level of cognitive and critical thinking to do robotics, to do mechatronics, to be engaging up to electronics. You need that. No individual without that basis can be engaged in those things. When we are talking about a carpenter and a welder and a plumber, the level of thinking that they engage to their jobs, the high-level technical thinking that they have to bring to the work, how is it that this individual could have been a deficit in school? Something has to be wrong with the way we have been seeing our people and the paths that we have been creating.
Skills are indeed paying the bills. I'm going to take Dr. Brown and then take very quickly.
Yeah, I'll be very quick, Prof. I'm going to share my time with Prof. Spencer.
Yes.
First of all, I don't want anyone here to think that we are somehow winning the race of STEM. So although you know, some people may feel that there's a STEM agenda, and there is, and we need one, we're not necessarily winning. It's a journey we're on, right? And Jamaica can never leave the arts behind. Our culture is our identity.
Yes.
But what we're saying is that Jamaica needs to compete. And we have to compete in the technological race. 62% of our students pass maths. That's not good enough at CSEC level. It's not good enough. And too many students are not doing STEM CSEC. So we are on this journey for STEM. It's not either or. We're not fighting with the arts. We're saying we have the arts, we need STEM because Jamaica is going to compete technologically. And let me tell you something. Where Jamaica needs to go next is an island that is known for producing STEM graduates. We're known for tourism. We now need to shift. Why? Because we are producing STEM graduates. And they are leaving these shores and doing great things overseas. But it is not part of our national narrative yet. And this is why we need to strengthen our tertiary institutions around STEM. So we are not here to dismiss the arts.
Yes.
But we're saying that we need to go down the STEM pathway. We're on that journey. There's no turning back, or else Jamaica will be left behind. And at UTech, even though we're STEM focused, we have the arts because you need to learn how to what? Communicate.
Yes.
You need those soft skills, right? So we're not ignoring the arts, but we need to focus on the STEM, and I hope everyone understands that. Prof. Spencer.
Yes, Professor Spencer.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So I noticed when Dr. Ingleton was speaking, she gesticulated towards me as formally educated, and then she said, and then the arts. Incidentally, I'm an artist of sorts. I'm a musician, okay? But I use that as a segue to say to my friend whose passion I understand and embrace, that Doc is right, that a lot of the skill sets that are required to execute in some spaces are the very skill sets that are required to execute in the spaces which you speak of. So here's this one, for example. At the CMU, we never say, because we're careful not to trample on our friends' territories. So I know, without question, that I'm a maritime and shipping and logistics space. But I also know that I have the best technologies to do it. So I tell people, I'm not necessarily the STEM university, but STEM is my propulsion. It's the thing I use to get me to where I need to get to go in all of what I'm doing. So I can't escape it. At the same time, we can't escape the side of us that is so innate, the arts. And I see many students in my Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology who are exceptional in the arts. I'll tell you something that we're talking about now. You ask, what are we doing? One of the conversations we're having with the Ministry of Gender, long name ministry, I hope I don't mess it up. Thank you very much. Is to have established, and I know my colleagues will be excited about this, a center for entertainment management and logistics. It's connected. Again, we are embracing it. We know it's not our wheelhouse, but Jamaica needs to pay attention to it. So here's what's happening, my friend. And I'll close with this since we're sharing time. Here's what is happening. Jamaica has ignored STEM for too long. And what tends to happen, say the same thing. I think you are a genderist. If you're not, the same thing that's happening now with STEM is what would have happened in many cases as we dealt with the gender imbalances and issues. When you're trying to correct a system, sometimes initially you have to, what people consider to be, you have to do an overcorrection to get the thing in the right direction, but you're not leaving the other elements behind. What you're trying to do is make sure that you're doing right by those who need to be a part of it, and we're doing right by the nation. The idea is we can't afford to be left behind in the area of STEM, but we cannot lose our core, which will be the arts as well. So bear with us as we correct the steering, right? And as Dr. Brown, and as we move forward to that, but it's not going to be at the expense of, as Doc says, it's a false dichotomy. Why we need to work together is that is the old theory of comparative advantage that needs to be at work. So Dr. Brown does some things amazingly well at UTech. We do some things phenomenally at CMU. Dr. Ingleton is doing amazing things. We understand what UWI does. It's the theory of comparative advantage. Old theory, you know, but very applicable today. Let's pull all of those strengths together. And that's how we're going to move the worker of the future to be able to peacefully coexist with the technology.
And just
go ahead.
Just to make one very quick point, following on what Dr. Ingleton said, there's a kind of false dichotomy that we create between academia or academic studies and vocational studies, right? And increasingly we're seeing that there's no sort of wall between these. And a lot of our students at the university were also focused on building digital skills, data skills, and increasingly looking at how to use AI. Those are competency-based vocational kinds of training that have to be incorporated throughout our education system.
Yes.
So it's not a question of being on one side or the other, and which is better or not for our economy. You need to have both.
When I was speaking to you earlier today, we were talking about will people be replaced by AI, and we came to the people who know how to use AI might replace the people who don't know how to, right? And we're living in a VUCA world. It's volatile, it's uncertain, it's complex, and it's ambiguous. And that feeds into the way we need to be educating our people. The Minister of Education talks a lot about STEAM, because if you want a Jamaican to learn math, incorporate music and storytelling and the arts, right? And we're automatically learning more. Is that true? Yes, absolutely. All right, so based on the fact that, things are constantly moving, you're in a degree program. If you have a question, you can come to the microphone while I ask this one. By the time you complete this particular degree, in another year or two, you hear that, degree programs are changing, this is irrelevant. What does that mean for the way we now educate?
Well, the challenge for...
Let's have some sound and Dr. Brown's mic.
Very quickly, that's the big challenge for all of us here, by the way. One of the conversations we're having at UTech, and I keep asking my academics, how can I accelerate the programs? Because we're going to have to meet students where they are now. They don't necessarily, at UTech, for example, want to stay there for 4 years to get a degree. Some will. But what we're looking at now are young people who want to be certified very quickly. They want to start making money as quickly as possible. So we now have to look at how we can accelerate our programs and meet the students where they are. And that's a key challenge for us now. So we're looking at a range of access pathways, because I'm with Dr. Ingleton. We have to try and include all of Jamaica and allow all Jamaicans who want to pursue tertiary education to do so, but at the same time, try and ensure that we have continuous learning programs, so short courses, micro-credentials, and so on, to allow for different exit routes as well.
Yeah, very quickly, one more.
I think, very quickly. So, in agreement again, I think it's an issue of understanding the student. I don't think we've spent enough time to understand the student. We've done some generational studies and we've done some of those broad categorical type things, but we haven't spent enough time to understand. So, for example, I said to somebody recently, speaking at an engagement in Florida, at a tourism forum where they're trying to figure out the tourism work of the future. And I said, let's understand the tourism work of now. These guys don't care about much of what we care about. And things like burning bridges mean very little to them, I mean, as simple as that. So how do we engage them in a way that ensures that they stick with us? Because that's how the nation will develop. So it's going to be stackable credentialing. It's going to be ensuring that you can get, and that's why heart is so important, you can get certified along the way at every step of the journey as you ladder and move towards that ultimate thing that we want you to get to. But you should be able at any point to exit and contribute in a meaningful way to the workforce.
Absolutely. Amazing. Very quickly.
Hi, my name is Matthew Taylor. All right, so the juggernaut is coming and no one can stop it. So that's AI, right? No one should be afraid of AI. I study AI. What's going to happen is that there will be no singularity. That's a point when machines start to think for themselves emotionally, and we're not going to have that. We're not going to have that for several years, several hundred years. What's going to happen is that human beings will be controlling AI, all right? Human beings will be controlling AI, so there's nothing to fear. We need it in our government processes so that we can cut down on bureaucracy. AI can go through thousands and millions of papers instantly, right? So that will cut down on the turnaround time in all industries. STEM, we need STEM, right? I'm seeing Jamaica that we should be viewing how to go to conquer the space age. The first Caribbean country going into outer space, setting up satellites. That's where we need to see Jamaica. We need visionaries. In terms of heart, yes. You guys have changed my life. You guys have changed my mom's life. I sent her to do level 1, 2, and 3 in cooking, right? So heart is the foundational model for the future. The future of work is not degrees. We'll have degrees, but people who have specific skills will be the ones that are market. Because check out LinkedIn, check out Upwork, check out Fiverr. You're calling people who have direct, specific skills to do what you want to do.
I just love the people who come up to the mic and lecture. And we've given you some time. So you're going to drive to the question now.
All right, so I'm going to hurry up. All right, in terms of the question, I'm a say that I'm in corporate. I'm a corporate CEO. How can I get hired to come in and do what they have to do in terms of my staff? How can someone learn to that, especially for us future entrepreneurs, us future CEOs? How can we get hired to come in and just fix up everything and make it nice, neat, and tidy? So money is made.
That's a big question, Doc.
Everybody happy. Government can pay our taxes, everything. All right, so that's
I do it for free. I do it for free.
Yes.
You do it for free.
I don't know about the free part for that. But certainly that is something that we do right now at Heart. We do go into workspaces and whatever it is that you need us to do in terms of upskilling the team that you have, taking them through various courses such as leadership, supervisory management, understanding business ethics, etc. We do offer that at the Trust. So I have a table right there, so you see the hand up. So as soon as you move away from the mic, she will take your contacts and we'll get in touch with you.
The last question. In terms of studying AI, and some people are going to be out of work, but there's nothing to fear. What is Heart doing in terms of studying the jobs that will be marketable in the next 5 to 10 years so that we can jump on board and Jamaica not be running up and down and say,
Excellent questions. Everything that Heart is now doing in terms of our digital transformation is because of our internal research mechanism. So these things we do not just happen upon. What you're seeing in terms of the investment in the technology, we do not just happen upon. We have been researching. We understand that the optoelectronics industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and that is what it will continue to be in years to come. We recognize what's happening across the world in robotics and mechatronics. And that is why we are being so deliberate, so strategic in investing in those technologies to prepare our youth so that when it is that they are ready, they are able to move seamlessly into society. We also work with World Skills International, which is an 85-member organization. The top countries are across this organization. So we work with them in terms of their global standards, their curriculum, what is it that they're doing now in their current industries and workspaces. And that is a model that we use to be building out the Trust now with the technology that we are. So we are very ready in this regard. And if you look at the demographic, you see those young men sitting around there? They're young men. They are very, very ripe. They are the ones that we have leading the charge. One of them just won a silver medal in China. Where is he? Javed Dixon. Woo! Right? In the area of that's him right there. In the area of optoelectronics. They are moving from being trainees to becoming experts. We have something in Heart called the Teach for Heart initiative, which is essentially an apprenticeship program where we're taking our trainees, building them up, profs, throughout the system to reach the level of instructorship. That's what we're doing with them. So we are retaining them because this kind of talent we need in Jamaica, ministers. And if we don't retain them, they're going to go abroad, go make big monies. So we have to find a way to retain them so that they can feel that confidence and support in staying with us here in Jamaica. So those are some of the things that we're doing.
Excellent.
I want to applaud everyone on the platform, though, because there's something else that, as Doc spoke, it struck me. That you asked what is Heart doing in terms of its internal research. Yes, Heart is going to do that. But Heart also benefits, and Heart never refuses the research that's coming out of the universities. Correct. And if you look at an area like mechatronics, for example, which, when Heart took a team to World Skills some time ago, the CMU had a team. While the CMU was offering a degree in mechatronics, Heart then Heart actually came and partnered with us in terms of training its people in the area of mechatronics. And they are now rolling out mechatronics in a way we could not have. So we're talking about, again, making sure that the ecosystem functions. It's not a win for any one entity. It's about how does Jamaica win. And I'm really excited about what the future looks like.
And I think it's important to correct something in terms of the individual who spoke prior, that it is not a competition.
No.
We are breaking down the false dichotomy. We are not saying skills is better than academics or academics is better than skills. We are saying that our young people have enough potential, enough passion, enough innovation to choose wherever they want to go. Let us not do anything to cause them to think one way may be better than the other. Let us allow them to learn in such a way. And so when Prof speaks about the ecosystem, it's important, because if we plug everything, Prof, at the beginning level, at the early childhood level, a child will grow up not even thinking the way we're thinking now in terms of what is better from what is not. For them, it just be a seamless path. I am a lawyer and I am a makeup artist at the same time. And we have those individuals. So that is what we need to be doing with our young people, so that they do not have this thing in their minds that one is better than the other. I can do anything. I can do many things. There is no one career. There is no one path. And there is nothing that is better than the other. So get your degree, get your skills.
Not one or the other. And if you're a multi-potentialite, do it all. It's the day and age where there's a space and a resource to do it all. I mean, we're living in the age of the rainbow economy. There's the blue economy, the green economy, the silver economy, orange economy, right? And one of the things I want you to think about just before we take this question is, as we talk about different economies, when you think blue economy, people start thinking CMU, you know, but it's not just CMU. When you think orange economy, people start thinking Edna Manley, who's not on stage with us. But what I want us to think about is, have we been doing the work to make sure that whatever the future of work surveys are saying, do we actually have those partnerships where we're looking at the areas that we need to train our young people in, and ensuring that we're morphing our courses in the universities to match those areas? Right? So I want us to think about that question, but let's have this question first and then close with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Helene Davis-White from...
Pull it down a little. Pull it down a bit.
Yes, Helene Davis-White from the trade union movement. Dr. Ingleton touched a little bit on it. My concern really is in terms of where we are getting, where are we going to be getting the pool of persons from to be able to deal with skills and higher education, when some of the latest figures show that at the primary school level, close to half of the persons, the children, are graduating illiterate and innumerate. And it isn't any better at the secondary school level, and then the participation rate at the tertiary level is far below our competitors in the region and elsewhere. So what I'm wondering is, if we are talking about developing our people, I think we have to have that kind of linkage between where it starts and where we are ending. Yes. And it seems to me that the focus is not enough at the beginning level, early childhood. I think the study showed that probably 70% of children were enrolled in some kind of preschool, but most of them are privately run and not properly structured. So, you know, a lot of these supposed preschools are places where parents basically go and leave their children for the day. But whether or not they are actually being engaged and their minds are developing, because a lot of what we're talking about has to start at that level. And I think the tragedy for me is that for a lot of these children, they are quite intelligent, but they're not being engaged, and the structure is not there that ensures that we have, leaving our early childhood sector or primary sector, children who have been engaged from day one, and that they can actually build on whatever is there, and at the end of the day, come to be able to participate in whatever programs are done at that level, at the higher level.
All right, so I'm going to ask Do you want to take that, Dr.
Proper Norton.
McNaughton?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. Let me think about that a little bit.
Let's say something very quickly. I make a sport of studying educational models around the world, and when I studied Singapore and Finland, I realized that based on how they introduce them to education and some of the things that they kind of get into what their interests are pretty early. So you might find a 16-year-old who is an expert plumber. What that does is when you go to CMU or UTech, you can actually be making money to fund your own self from even first year, second year, because you already have a working skill. And then in terms of productivity, that means a lot for Jamaica, because you're not waiting till after 4 years to now go and engage in the economy. But during the 4 years while you're in college, you're actually already fully engaged in the economy, right? And I believe that's a part of the response to what our dear friend from the trade union asked. Yes. I didn't get her name. So I'm going to ask one of you to just follow on and take that forward.
The point she's making is very critical. I mean,
yes.
Maybe Dr. Ingleton can survive, but certainly Professor Spencer and myself, our institution can't survive unless we have young people who can matriculate into our institutions. Mm-hmm. So she makes a very good point that you have to start from kindergarten upwards. You know, so even though we're here, you know, I'm here talking about STEM, that STEM has to start from the kindergarten, from the primary school. So and I know that the Ministry of Education is focused on improving the performance of our students for sure. And we're right there with them. You know, right now UTech is looking at our pre-university work, going into high schools, right, and participating in the sixth form pathway program, for example, to try and also, you know, help to uplift those students and get them ready for matriculating into our institutions. So certainly it's something that I know for the government is top of their agenda. And for us, it's an existential threat because we need those students to have the good grades to get into our universities.
All right. I hope those in the room at this table.
Well, Minister Pernell Charles Jr. is listening very attentively.
All right, we're going to take our final question from the audience. I know there's another young. You want to? Okay, sure.
I think we are. I can't see where she went. She exited?
She don't know.
Okay,
She's
okay.
there, yes.
It's really a serious question. But I think we are making some strides. If we notice, government, academia, and industry, all three would have come together. You see the interplay. This particular summit is put on by a ministry that is government. We have the academics in the room, and we have industry with us. All three of us have to come together to really make this shift, and it has started. We are seeing the political will. We are seeing the energy of the individuals. We are seeing the changes in the Ministry of Education. We are seeing the seriousness of the universities and how they are following this through. I think that we're at a good place at this time. So the change is definitely there, but certainly it will take a time for us to see it in all its glory. But we have started and we're on a good path.
Absolutely. It deserves a round of applause. Yes, sir.
Just want to add a commendation to the panel. Excellent presentations. But my mind goes to a place where there's a lot of focus on the end user, the participants, the students, ensuring that their minds are re-engineered and fit for the future of work, productivity. However, we have to also look at the back end, behind the scenes, or faculty. Those who are responsible for delivering this kind of learning. How much do we need to do? What will we be doing to ensure that they too are re-engineered? Because they can only pour that which they have in their bottle.
Professor Spencer is going to kick that one off.
Excellent question. And I just thought about that because I see incongruence in the industry landscape as it changes and the pace at which our educational institutions are changing. So we don't reform curriculum as quickly as industries change. And that's one of the things we have to look at. It's how long are the intervals between when we review curriculum and change curriculum. At this point, for example, we have had 2 weeks for the last 2 weeks of individuals looking at curriculum, chopping it up, changing it, not holding it like it's their babies and you can't touch it. And I mean, some people have kicked and screamed, but in the end, they've recognized the value of it. The other side of it is, if you don't have the curriculum ready for industry, and I go back to my baby, which is my sort of laboratory, which is tourism. A lot of what's happening in tourism now will require individuals to be able to operate at a particular level. It's no longer what a certain professor you will refer to as cookery and frock, right? Which was really just, food and nutrition and clothing and textile, and I don't want to say just because we're not doing that today or ever. So the point I'm making though is that the curriculum we have to drag everybody, even if they don't like it. The only way we will serve this particular generation that needs to be ready for the future of work is if the actual instructors and individuals and those who are designing. So one area that's opening up now is an area for exceptional curriculum development specialists. I'll throw that at you. We just hired 2 the other day for that very reason. They are understanding how to intertwine and infuse. Last thing I'll say, there are some universal undercurrents that need to be found in all our programs. One is that digitalization component that we talked about. Again, we need to look at how individuals are able to come out of whatever they're doing, technical or otherwise, with the ability to communicate that, to be soft with that. Again, people need to understand what the trends are, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention, very importantly, the Prime Minister, Most Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, said that we've turned our backs to the sea. I have to mention that here for a reason, because our economic zone is 25 times larger by sea than it is on land. And it tells me that we're not tapping into a particular thing, and some of those same STEM skills will become important as we get people interested in marine biotechnology, as we get people interested in multiple areas that will enable them to make big money. I throw this last one at you. One student who left us recently, 21-year-old, about to be 22, earns more money than I make from having done a unique program and went to ply his trade somewhere outside of Jamaica. Now, the idea is, Dr. Brown said it, we're not only creating a workforce for Jamaica, though we'd like for the best to stay, we're creating a global workforce, and so that requires agile minds, it requires global mindsets, it requires re-engineering of our perspectives, and that's the only way to do it.
Excellent. Dr. Brown.
Very, very quickly, on this staff, because that's a really good point. I mentioned it earlier, but I want to just go into it a bit deeper. So if I take UTech, for example, where we aspire to be more research intensive, right? Because that's how universities solve problems that exist in society. You do research, you innovate, as Professor McNaughton highlighted. But you need the staff who are wired to do that, who are skilled to do that. And currently we are about, 20% PhDs, terminal degrees, for a university that's not good enough. And it's not anyone's fault specifically, it's just that we're in an economy that's not generated enough PhD graduates for UTech to gobble them up. So the challenge for us now is how do we get more PhD terminal degree holders to become academics at UTech or any other institution in Jamaica. And so we're looking at more novel approaches such as tapping into the diaspora, using technology, because there are lots of Jamaicans overseas who are very accomplished academics, and we're saying, why not teach at UTech or any other institution? You don't necessarily have to come home. We can use technology now, online instruments, to allow you to ply your trade and to share and to do that knowledge exchange and to do research. So we're trying to use different innovative ways to get more of those academics, highly qualified, highly skilled academics, to be here in Jamaica. But that's a key challenge for us as well, because no longer do we only require teachers at our universities. We need research professionals as well.
And finally, from me,
I'm going to give
point, finally, not a word more. Yeah. I'm happy that my professor here. I'm happy that my professor here referenced the frock and the cookery, because she spoke about the end user and that we have to move away from that. The instructors have to now understand that the frock is now fashion technology. It's not clothing and textiles anymore. The instructor has to be upgraded with those new competencies to teach fashion technology. The same AI, the same cell phone that we have with a simple scan can tell us what material color would suit our skin tone better. That's where fashion technology is now. It's not just about making clothes and putting it on you. It is about your body size. What style suits your body size better? What do you need to wear in a particular space to get the attention that you need based on that space? It's that level of thinking that fashion technology is at now. So the instructor has to be trained to be thinking that way. So we cannot deny our students now access to clothing and textiles in schools because the thing has gone way ahead. And then now the cookery is now culinology and gastronomy. It's about food palettes, it's about taste, it's about the experience of eating. It's about food preparation. The math is in there in terms of how much ounce you have to put in there for it to taste a certain way. The arts is in there in terms of how you're going to prepare the food for the person to see it on the plate and want to eat it. And then there is the menu. How do you speak about that? How do you present that? How do you upsell that? So all of this, our instructors, all of that is skills. Our instructors have to now be upgraded.
Exactly.
To be teaching that way and not to be teaching in the traditional way so people are believing this is not a good route.
And soon, Dr. Ingleton, well, already you can just press a button on the 3D printer to print out a dress that is your size and fits your
Perfect.
color. So that's also something to think about. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel has informed us about the reform and change that we need so our curriculum are moving at the speed of modern day advancement. We have spoken about the universal undercurrents that must undergird all our programs: digital skills, critical skills, soft skills. And I want to, as we close, if you should have a t-shirt, and this is your message to the world about what educators should be thinking, what does your t-shirt say? We want to end with that challenge. And Dr. Brown, you look very ready. No, it's a t-shirt, so it must be able to hold on the front of the t-shirt. So every move you move, this is your message to the world as an educator. Don't give him a cop-out. Let's go, Dr. Brown.
I'm going to go with transformation for future success. We have to transform.
Love that. Dr. Ingleton?
The t-shirt on the front, the skills pay the bills.
Yes.
I can't compete with that.
You see what she did there? Now,
And on the back, where there's a skill, there is a way.
Yes. It's not a competition, you know that. All right, Professor Spencer, let's see you top that.
No, I mean, I don't need to top it, but I was just going to say that for Doc's t-shirts, you could simply just put heart.
Or you just wear that one?
Yes. Mine would be simple. Borderless pioneers. Borderless pioneers.
Borderless pioneers. Would you wear that? Yes.
Yeah,
Dr.
for me,
McNaughton.
if there's any message that I would leave, it's about innovation. Yeah? So mine would say, I am an innovator, and that has to be baked into everything that we do.
That's a lot of words.
Any AI, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a representative of the transformers of our education system in Jamaica and beyond. Thank you very much.
What a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please. Tanisha Mullings, Dr. Kevin Brown, Professor Andrew Spencer, Dr. Maurice McNaughton, and of course, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton. So many invaluable lessons you shared today. Of course, reminding us and reiterating that we are indeed capable to achieve it all. We're multifaceted individuals. There is no need for competition. We can achieve the skills. We can get the degree. We can use both to our advantage, especially when it comes to the paychecks. Right? If you want to be a teacher, you can be a makeup artist as well. You can be an entrepreneur as well. You can do it all if you choose to. So thank you so much. And guess what? All of us are students of today. And once we maintain that mentality, we'll continue to learn, to grow, to enhance each other, the economy, and of course, help the economy to be more productive. So thank you so much to our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're going to jump straight into our Productivity Innovation Competition Awards ceremony. So at this time, I'd like to invite Tamar Nelson, JP, and Chief Technical Director right here at the JPC to provide us with an overview. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you, Moderator Talia, Honorable Minister Pernell Charles, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, our Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, our Chairman, Omar Azan, Board Directors of the JPC, CTDs within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security that are here with us, presenters and panelists, other Ministry of Labor and Social Security staff members, our productivity ambassadors that are in the house, competition finalists, media partners, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests, both here and online, good afternoon. So on behalf of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we are pleased to have you join us this afternoon for the 2024 Productivity Innovation Competition Awards ceremony. Now, each year, the Jamaica Productivity Center recognizes World Productivity Day, which is celebrated on June 20th every year. So it's no surprise that we are here around this time to celebrate World Productivity Day. And the Productivity Innovation Competition 2024 is a key activity that we use coming up to celebrate World Productivity Day. And since our inaugural competition in 2021, we at the JPC have sought to promote and encourage and reward the development of transformative ideas that can boost sustainable productivity improvement here in Jamaica. So the inception of this competition in 2021 marked an introduction to open to the general public. And we did that during COVID, just to help to stimulate the thinking and the thoughts and to use up that time that we had, being shut in to be more innovative. And then over the years, subsequent refinements included the establishment of an Innovator of the Year competition. And then we went on to roll it out to students. And this year, we are thrilled to have the Development Bank of Jamaica and their Big E program, all right, hear them in the back, as main sponsors for the entrepreneurship, productivity, innovation in the tertiary and the Innovator of the Year competitions. So we want to thank DBJ for coming on board as a huge sponsor. And we know they are big on innovation, and so are we. And we are also thrilled to have Incomix as sponsors for the laptops and tablets for the tertiary productivity innovation competition as well. So this year, our theme is bridging the innovation and productivity gaps, education, skills, and economic transformation. And over the last 3 days, you have been hearing about all of the above. And we just had a riveting panel on education and skills. And, it was very comforting and hopeful when you heard this discussion this afternoon, because it tells us that we are headed in the right direction. So our recent studies have shown that in Jamaica, inadequate innovation ecosystems and lack of skills and quality education are critical limiters to the potential of productivity growth here in Jamaica. And in light of this, we seek to create that environment that supports the thinking and learning in the innovation space. So the participation of the entrepreneur and the tertiary segments of the competition, they were asked to submit their ideas to help improve productivity on a firm, or a personal, or a national level. And these were judged by technical experts on certain aspects. 1, the level of innovation and originality. 2, potential to positively impact productivity. 3, the extent to which the idea benefits Jamaicans. And 4, clarity. We also have a People's Choice Award that was presented to the project that was voted the best online. The Productivity of the Year Award is presented to a business that has implemented an innovation to improve productivity. For this competition, the entrants were asked to demonstrate how the innovation boosts productivity, who benefited from the innovation, the resources that were required for the innovation, and the evidence that the innovation was implemented no earlier than 2022. You will learn more now about a competition that we had this year because we wanted to ensure that the competition reaches everybody in Jamaica. We rolled out our inaugural productivity public sector competition this year. And you will get to hear more, and I see some of the participants in that looking really excited to hear how they performed. And I must say that, you know, all the entrants for the public sector competition really blew the team away. And we hope that we can use this as an example to show others that productivity is something within our reach and that we can do, and we can do well. So we will hear more about that from Jonathan Isaacs a little later. So last year's competition, just to give you an idea, the winners last year included Dane McGibbon from JamChat, Canute Clark and Javier Wilson, Troy Martin, and economic analysis of renewable energy systems from UTech. We have Okay. You want to come on this side? Come on this side. No, she's having a difficulty hearing because there is extra. Careful, please stay here. Don't want anything to happen to you. So last year's winners including Dade McGibbon from JamChat, Canute Clark, Xavier Wilson, Troy Martin, Christoph Watson, who did an economic analysis of renewable energy systems at UTech. Third, we had Norval Mendez and Claudine Reed from iThriver. Fourth, we had Nkrumah Fong and Floyd James for the Science Set Notebook. And the People's Choice Award went to Barry Joe Lawrence from Smart Task, who was revolutionizing personal productivity. And we also had Star Apple AI, who won the Productivity Innovator of the Year. And now, this afternoon, we look forward to recognizing and congratulating this year's winners. But I must say that all the entrants were winners. We really had some phenomenal entries this year, and we hope to expand it. So I don't want anybody going away thinking that they aren't winners. Everybody is a winner in this case. So we look forward to hearing and presenting these awards to you. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamar, for that competition overview. So now it's time to hear about financing innovative solutions. So let's welcome Christopher Brown from the Development Bank of Jamaica.
The Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Mrs. Colette Roberts Risden, Directors and Management of the Jamaica Productivity Center, fellow sponsors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. It's been an insightful 3 days filled with a lot of information, engaging discussions, and many things for us to think on as we strive for this common vision for the betterment of our beloved country, Jamaica. Please allow me first to compliment the organizers on doing a sterling job in putting this summit together. So can we give them a round of applause, please? And that this summit really includes the awards to recognize businesses, entrepreneurs, students with ideas and work that they're doing in this entrepreneurship space. Also, we want to thank the organizers for inviting DBJ to be a part of this wonderful event as we strive to show productivity and the importance of that for our economy. I can tell you that for me, the Productivity Center is one of GOJ's best kept secrets, right? So it does a lot of work that helps to improve industry, but it isn't spoken about enough, right? I know this summit did a lot to educate people about what the Productivity Center does, and I really want to encourage Tamar and the rest of the JPC team to continue doing the work that you do. It's really appreciated by, let's say, those who know, and however we can continue to help you to put that out there, let us know. Productivity Center and DBJ have a long-standing relation. I know Tamar before she, up here on the stage. We're really happy to see it. So I am Christopher Brown, as was mentioned. I'm the program manager for a program at the Development Bank called Big E, which is the government, DBJ's intervention in supporting innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in Jamaica. So we understand the importance of innovation, how that can help to try and grow our economy, and really the importance of entrepreneurship ecosystems to help build that. There was a lot of talk earlier from the previous panelists about an ecosystem, and I'll touch a bit on it as I get into financing solutions. So prior to us starting the Big E program, there were 3 key points that influenced us to put it together. The first is that Jamaica has low growth, and it's partially attributed to the fact that there is declining productivity. So the total factor productivity is something that has continued to decline over the years since the year 2000. Another thing is that there are only 13% of MSMEs who are actively investing in innovation and investing in research and development, with far less having specific departments for research and development. And then the third being that financing has been stated as the #1 reason why innovation cannot be implemented. So we started this program looking at supporting what we consider an ecosystem. So recognize that entrepreneurs or businesses at different stages require different types of support. So if you have an idea, you need a different type of intervention from if you have a business for the last 5 years, what that is required to carry you further. So the first financing advice I would give is for innovators is if you're trying to innovate, the first thing you really need to do is ensure that what you're doing is technically sound or business savvy, right? When I talk about the ecosystem, if you have an idea, very often you don't know where to go to help you flesh it out, figure out if it actually makes sense for you to get into business. And that's where the ecosystem part comes in. So we've been working with the University of Technology, University of the West Indies, a number of business incubation programs to help entrepreneurs to figure it out. Figure out if this idea you have makes sense for you to put money into it and start it. Because I can bet you that when they say 80% of startups fail, majority of that is because you didn't test it first. You didn't figure out if you should start the business, if there's validity to it before actually investing in it. And that's what we're trying to create as an ecosystem to try and prevent or to reduce the risk of that failure. So technical capacity and infrastructure is important. The second thing I would say is you try and tap into friends and family to try and get funding, financing to do your business. If you're unable to convince them that it's worth to put money towards you, imagine how hard it will be to go to a traditional financing institution and convince them, who don't even know you, to give you money to try something that is novel and new. Remember, innovation, as was defined earlier, is about bringing some kind of new product or service or process, or really trying something new that, you know, there's a lot of risk around it, but to be honest, there can be a lot of reward. Traditional financing institutions won't be able, just by their design, to appreciate that they will lend you money for something that you may try, that may fail, which may never pay them back, right? So I think as an entrepreneur, an inventor, an innovator, you should really have that in mind, that the traditional sense of going to a bank to borrow money to try something that may fail is not the right place to start. So with the Development Bank recognizing that fact, we've created a pool of resources, multiple programs that offer grants to businesses who want to innovate. So we have a program that's focused on if you're an inventor and you need to protect your intellectual property by filing a patent, there's a grant that you can get towards that. We currently offer up to 4 million Jamaican dollars to help you to put your patent application together, pay the necessary fees, file it, and so forth. So protect your invention so that ultimately you can get some value out of it in the future. For those who have, startups, and I'll stress the point, we're talking about innovation. For those who have innovative startups, we have a program called the Ignite program that allows you to access between 3 and 7 million Jamaican dollars as a grant towards building a prototype and testing whether this business, this product, this service, this innovation that you're creating will actually work. And then we have other grants available for, let's say, more established firms who have generated lots of customers over the years, have a market, but really need to do something new that can help to take them to the other level. And we have resources dedicated towards these through our Innovation Grant Fund, our Jamaica Business Fund, etc. All of the programs that I mentioned are geared at increasing productivity of private businesses, helping them to create more jobs, ultimately helping them to create wealth, because we want to see businesses grow through increased sales and profits and so forth. And finally, to really help with exports. So we need to, as a country, for us to grow, we need to focus on improving productivity, getting better efficiency, and a lot of this happens through innovation. So within your own organizations, you tell your friends, you talk to whomever it is, I think that is the message that we should be bringing across. Because as I say all the time, Jamaica is the greatest place on earth and I want to live here forever. But there are just some things in here that we need to fix, right? Jamaica needs to be a more prosperous country, and economic activity is what will drive that. Another piece I'll just touch on before I close is the importance that equity financing can play. So as I mentioned before, borrowing money from a bank to do innovation is very challenging. There is another source of financing where it's more patient, you don't have to pay back money every month, which is equity financing. So finding someone who is willing to invest in the company for ownership of the company, but they are willing to share in the losses as well. And that is how innovation or innovative businesses really will be funded. And we have two programs, our Angel Fund, and we recently invested in a venture capital fund that's geared at supporting that. I think it would be remiss of me not to mention that there are products in the bank that help with financing. So we have a credit guarantee and we have loan financing just for entrepreneurs altogether. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll close and just indicate that DBJ is the business builder. We're here focused on building businesses, and if you want to know more about it, the guys at the back are there to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. All right, we got to jump right into the awards. So the first award we'll be presenting this afternoon is for the Productivity Innovator of the Year. And our presenter is the Honorable Minister Pernell Charles Jr. So the winner of that award is for the project JP Foods. So congratulations to our recipient, Mario Figueroa, the General Manager for JP Foods. Mario? Congratulations to JP Foods. And Minister Dunn said I should big up the St. Mary people. All the way. Yes, Minister Dunn. I heard you loud and clear. Congratulations to you. Mario, if you'd like to say a few words, we're giving you about 30 seconds. Okay, so Gayon, you're going to do the honors. All right, a round of applause for the team from JP Foods, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. All protocols observed. So on behalf of the entire team at JP Farms, we'd like to say thank you to the Jamaica Productivity Center and the Selection Committee. At JP Farms, we sincerely believe that innovation isn't just about the latest technology, but it's about finding ways to revolutionize the way we grow food. This award wouldn't be possible without the incredible dedication of our team. That's 250 strong in St. Mary, Dr. Dunn. And our farmers pour their heart and sweat into bringing the best of Jamaica and the best of St. Mary to your tables every day. So this award is a testament to their tireless efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gayon. All right, we're moving along to the Tertiary Productivity Innovation Competition. And this award will be presented by Tamar Nelson. She'll be presenting the plaque, and the cash award will be presented by Mr. Christopher Brown. We also have tablets courtesy of our sponsor, Incomex. So third place goes to EduBridge. Congratulations to EduBridge. So I'd like to invite David Kelly, who will be receiving the award. Or Tertiary Productivity Innovation Competition, or third place winner. Congratulations to you, David, for the project EduBridge. And he'll be receiving a plaque, a cash award. They didn't tell me how much, so I can't tell you no. And a tablet courtesy of Incomex. In second place, we have Dopamine Project. Give them a round of applause. Virtually, we have Vadang Kevlani. So congratulations to you, Vadang, and the Dopamine Project. And in first place, our winner will be receiving a plaque, a cash award, and a laptop courtesy of Incomex. We have Virtual Jamaica. Congratulations to you, Kareem Ellis, on that project. Virtual Jamaica. Is Kareem here? Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Big smiles. All right, congrats to you, Kareem. We're going to be moving along to our Entrepreneur Productivity Innovation Competition. In third place, we have the project Easy Teach AI. Congratulations to them. And receiving the award, we have EduHub Company Limited. Give her a round of applause for me, please. Third place, Easy Teach AI. Of course, they'll also be receiving a plaque and a cash award. Oh, a little birdie told me. Thank you, Craig. Third place will actually be receiving $100,000. Second place will be receiving $150,000. And first place will be receiving $500,000. Thank you, Craig. So we're going to be moving on to second place now. Congratulations to Dane McGibbon for the WhatsApp data collection. Our second place awardee in our Entrepreneur Productivity Innovation Competition, WhatsApp data collection, Dane McGibbon. Congratulations, Dane. And our first place recipient goes to Work and Travel Software. Congratulations to Digitalawa. Of course, this would not be possible without all our sponsors. MLSS, DBJ, EduHub, Heart and Estate Trust, Adtelligent, IDB, Cable and Wireless Business, China Harbor, Avanza Outsourcing, Carimed, UTech, Incos Services, Boss Furniture, Amgestion HD, Incomex Jamaica, and the National Certification Body of Jamaica. So congratulations to our first place winner, Digitalawa. So now it's time for our People's Choice Award. And that goes to the project Productivity Innovation through Business Process Reengineering. Tamar, you will be doing the honors. Can I have a representative from that project, please? Who will be collecting the award? Or People's Choice Award, going to Productivity Innovation through Business Process Reengineering. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much. Now, our final award section this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, is about our public sector productivity competition. But before we get into who our winners are, I'd like to invite Jonathan Isaacs, our Acting Senior Director for TASU and JPC, to give us an overview of the competition. Please put your hands together for Mr. Isaacs, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Pernell Charles, Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, Mrs. Colette Roberts Risden, our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Omar Azan, our Board Chairman at JPC, other board members, CTDs, and other senior directors and directors within our ministry, sponsors, distinguished guests, good afternoon to you all. So this year, as Tamar alluded to earlier, we were quite intentional about creating a competition that was focused on improving productivity within the public sector. And so the competition essentially utilized a methodology that we call the Kaizen. So Kaizen Blitz, to be exact. And what it really is demonstrating improvement within a quick succession. And I know for a fact that all the entrants initially complained about the quick timeline that was given to demonstrate their improvement. But certainly the intention was for us to show how productivity improvement and continuous improvement could be achieved within a short period of time. And also I want to take this opportunity as well to give a special shout out to our technical assistance services team within the Jamaica Productivity Center, who worked tirelessly in terms of ensuring that this competition was well put together and also the critical elements are in place. A round of applause for that. And so one of the critical elements that we want to do here today is to ensure that everybody who participated and entered into this competition, we want to ensure that we recognize you. And so everyone entering the competition will be recognized by way of a certificate today. And so we want to give a round of applause to everyone that entered. So at the end of the day, one of the most important takeaways from this competition, as we've all alluded to our entrance, is that it's not so much about the competition element of it, but it's more about driving productivity improvement in our public service. And so, this inaugural version of the competition, I think, is a game changer, and it is critical to moving forward in terms of our public service. So we will be giving out the certificates now. So we'll have the certificates and the representatives from each organization to collect.
Thank you, Mr. Isaacs. So we're going to get into our Recognition of Excellence Award. Alrighty.
All right, so we will do by order in terms of so just wait a bit. Just wait a bit until we're ready. All right, so we will start with the first certificate being handed to the Jamaica Tertiary Education Council, JTEC. Minister Dunn, we're just going to ask you to hand out these certificates, please. All right, so a round of applause for JTEC, everybody. All right, so next we have the National Housing Trust. Round of applause for NHT again. Next, we have the CCCJ. Dr. Dunn, you still need. Lots of awards. All right. And finally, we have Jaipo. Round of applause for Jaipo. J, Jaipo, Jaipo, J-I-P-O. Round of applause for Jaipo, everyone. So as I mentioned earlier, really it's just a recognition of everybody that entered the competition, and certainly we want to ensure that, you know, it's critical. So next we have the Exim Bank. So the Exim Bank is next. Round of applause for Exim. All right, a round of applause for all our entrants.
All right, thank you, Mr. Isaacs. So now to get into our final list of awardees, yes? Recognition of excellence. And that goes to the Jamaica Tertiary Education Council. Dr. Don, I think you are the one who is, no? Okay. Mr. Reginald Bodan. Thank you for joining us, sir. Congratulations to the Jamaica Tertiary Education Council. A round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have third place, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn. Please to join us on stage. You will be doing that presentation. And in third place, we have the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. Congratulations to you and the entire team. Second place goes to the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica. Congratulations to the Exim Bank, the entire team. And first place goes to Dr. Dunn. Don't leave just yet. First place goes to the National Housing Trust. Congratulations to our first place winners in our public sector productivity competition, the National Housing Trust. The entire team coming up to take the picture, you know. Congratulations. Big smiles. Congratulations to the NHT, the National Housing Trust, to our first place winners in our public sector productivity competition. And I'd like to invite a representative from the National Housing Trust to say a few words. 30 seconds to a minute, a thank you. Anything that you'd like to express or share?
Good afternoon, everyone. So first, let me just thank the Jamaica Productivity Center and by extension, the Minister of Labor and Social Security for designing and executing this productivity competition. In fact, it was something that we were happy to participate in. They came at a time when we were ready to transform our special assistance program. And the special assistance program actually is the program whereby we seek to help our mortgagors who are faced with unfortunate circumstances, whether due to illness or unemployment, and we want to help them to get back on track by giving them solutions such as like a moratorium or interest rate reduction. So they came at a time when we needed to reduce significantly the cycle time for that program. And so we were very happy to participate. We made a lot of changes, and some of the changes include we actually created what we call a dashboard whereby the officers can see clearly the productivity of the area. So it's actually a serve as a very important motivating tool for the team. We created posters, so when customers walk in, they could see that there is a program designed to help them to manage their arrears. And that has been helpful to many of them. Another thing that we did is actually restructure our communication flow so the customers know that they're actually the center of the program, and it's all about sustaining and home ownership for them. There are other things that we did, and we have a 1-minute video which we leave with the Jamaica Productivity Center that they perhaps could share on their website to show all the great things that NHT has done regarding improvements to the customer and also in satisfying our continuous improvement under our ISO 9001-2015 certification. So I thank you again. I thank you for the award. And I want to just say thank you for the team, the loan management and the CRM division. They did awesome. 2 weeks, and we did a lot in that 2 weeks period. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I should also tell you all that they got certified in quality by the NCBJ, which is right around the back. You can turn around. She's waving at you. So tell her hello. Yes, they got certified there. Congratulations to the team at the National Housing Trust. So at this time, I'd like to re-invite Mr. Christopher Brown to the stage from the Development Bank of Jamaica as we'll be distributing the cash awards for our Tertiary Productivity Innovation Competition. Mr. Brown, please to rejoin us on stage. And I'd like to ask Mr. Dave Kelly and Mr. Kareem Ellis to join us as well for that presentation. So our third place winner, Mr. David Kelly from the project EduBridge. I know that Vedang Kevlani from the Dopamine Project, our second place winner, is actually joining us virtually. So he's not here to physically collect the award. And our first place winner, Mr. Kareem Ellis from Virtual Jamaica. Please to join us on stage for your cash award courtesy of the DBJ. Right, so I have David Kelly, Kareem Ellis, and then the other one. No. So first up, we have David Kelly, our third place winner. Your cash prize, courtesy of DBJ. I was told it's $100,000, so congratulations to you. Our second place winner is not here with us, but now for our first place winner, Kareem Ellis, Virtual Jamaica, receiving a cash award of $500,000. So congratulations to you, Kareem. And I'd like to re-invite the winners in our public sector productivity competition who will be receiving their cash prizes courtesy of the DBJ as well. So I'd like to invite the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica, your representative, our third place winner. Our second place winner, the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica. And our first place winner, the National Housing Trust. So third place, Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica receiving $100,000 from the DBJ. All right, so I was corrected. The entrepreneur productivity winners, my apologies, I'm giving away the people their money. Sorry, Tamar, you're going to get me in trouble, you know. And I don't have no money to give them, you know. I just telling you. All right, so EduHub Company Limited, please to come for your cash prize before I give it away by accident. Easy Teach AI, our third place winner. Congratulations, EduHub Company Limited, receiving $100,000 from the DBJ. Our second place winner, WhatsApp Data Collection, Dane McGibbon. Come up for your cash prize, Dane. $150,000 courtesy of the DBJ. And our final recipient this afternoon, Digi Talawa, for the work and travel software, receiving $500,000, courtesy of the DBJ. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A hearty congratulations to all our awardees this afternoon. Please to give them a round of applause. And as we close out, I'd like to invite Mr. Elon Parkinson, Board Director at the JPC, to bring some regards to us and to help us to close out this afternoon. Please to put your hands together for Mr. Parkinson. He's not here? He's not here? All right, I'm not seeing Mr. Parkinson. Okay, so I'm not seeing Mr. Parkinson. However, we're going to have a brief presentation from Mr. Craig Powell, and he's going to be brief and tell us a little bit about the human AI complementing transformation.
10 minutes. Hello?
Yes, he's going to be presenting on human AI complementing transformation, and I should let you know he is the CEO for Adtelligent and a 2023 Prime Minister's Youth Awardee for entrepreneurship. So please put your hands together for Mr. Powell. He'll be doing a short presentation on that topic.
Hello, everybody. Now, I get the opportunity to do the last presentation very quickly. Thanks to AI, even though a speaker dropped out, I was able to write it in between running this whole event. That's the power of AI. You get to be superhuman. So as soon as my presentation gets up on the screen, I see it here, it means artificial intelligence means you can be a superhuman Jamaican. The presentation on the screen. In the meanwhile, a little bit about Adtelligent. We're a full-service marketing company based in Kingston, Jamaica, but we also have an office in Peru. I'm 28 years old, yet I'm also exporting. It was actually the DBJ that helped me build my business. In 2022, I was the top exporter for the whole DBJ program. By 2023, I helped Jamaica actually export. Now, a little bit about me. I'm an entrepreneur from Jamaica with a deep-rooted passion for innovation technology. Journey began by founding my marketing company, Adtelligent, where I specialize in creating productive campaigns and even event managing services, like managing this event. Thanks to Dr. Dunn and the Honorable Pernell Charles, these wonderful guys, I got an opportunity to work in public-private partnership. And before that, I was working with my wonderful client, Boss Furniture, who helped recommend me to this whole thing. Yeah? What's up? I'm going too fast? Okay, I'll slow down. Okay, so some of our clients, plus we have international clients as well, that's not on this. So I started with a question here. Why did Grace Kennedy grow faster than Jamaica? If any of you guys know me, Doug Lasserine is my mentor. And I say the answers are already there. When Doug Lasserine came back to Jamaica, he thought this country was going to be a first world place. A lot of people did. This is in the 1960s, 1970s. As you know, 20 years later, in 1990, the country was not a first world. We're getting FinStat, the place was going down. And 20 years later, he said it's no longer up to him. It's going to be up to the young people. But although he asked that question for the country, he said Grace needs to grow faster in Jamaica, so it has to export. So he just did it. As an individual, he decided he was going to grow faster in the whole country. And Jamaica, as a unit, we've had many visions, but I haven't seen us hitting those targets. But Grace did. So why do private entrepreneurs make their targets and sometimes our country can't? Why does Usain Bolt come first and win all those medals, yet as a football team we can't place? These are all the questions. I've studied them deeply. And I have many reasons that I find acceptable. But in general, I say to all of you, who cares? Because we now can be fast. When I applied to Stanford, which I got rejected from, they asked me, at which point in the past do I want to live in and see? I said, that's an asinine question. I'm a black man. I do not want to live in no past or witness the past. I'm perfectly happy to read about it and learn and implement the lessons, but my future is so much brighter than my past. So I have to look forward. So to you, I say we could disagree on the reason about why Jamaica is the way it is, but here's what we do know. Every Jamaican citizen has a massive opportunity to become wealthy or at least more personally fulfilled using AI if you are fast enough. We can be vastly more competent and united than our ancestors because we have the internet, we have AI, we have a shared memory of their history, their previous successes and failures. Just imagine right now we're at a conference that was free to you guys, put on by the government, that actually has private, public sector, policymakers, university teachers, young people all in the same place. That's actually ridiculous, literally. So let's get into the meat. What do I need to give you today to make you successful? Is it a framework for engagement? Is it a small business mode map? Is it an AI thought process? Is it a way to get really rich if you aren't rich already? I'm still trying to figure out the first, but I have a decent idea of how to create wealth. Is it how to export? Well, I did a whole conference on that with my team, and guess what? Jamaica grew. Before Keys to Latam, the export from Jamaica, the shipped goods, were only about $1.4 million to Dominican Republic. After Keys to Latam, the whole country is doing $17 million exporting of all sizes, small, medium, large businesses. That was another time when the government worked with private sector. It was Minister Hill, Minister Bartlett, the tourism and investment commerce, and myself and PSOJ working together to help the country export, and there was a massive result. Jamaicans are literally wealthier because of that. So, I show you some numbers. This helping cost people. If you look here, this is my business. My business dropped when I did Kisi Latam. It cost me a lot of money. By June, I was doing close to 50 million in revenue. Now, when I started focusing on Kisi Latam, all my contracts didn't renew. I wasn't focused on sales. I was just working on government stuff. Our revenue dropped. As you can see, all reached negative. Start lose money. All right? And then as that conference left, you see right now that last month, April, I think we're doing something like 12 something million. Now we're up to about 50 million a month. So we're growing again, thanks to the focus. Now I have some verses over there. It says, from everyone who has been given much, much will be demanded, and from the one who has been entrusted with much, much more will be asked. So for those of who have skills and competence, we're going to have to give more. So even though I had personal loss, I created $17 million worth of wealth with the government for the country that they experienced when I was losing. That is an amazing thing to say, and now we're actually growing back in business. So, what's the framework that we can actually have to engage with the people? The first thing I have here is you need to get all the people in the room, which we have right here. The political directorate, those are the people who are actually elected. You can see Minister Dunn is right there. You need the business community. Right beside him, you have the former chairman of JMEA. You need government management. PS Risden is right there. So you see that table that's right there? This is the stakeholders. Then you need academics and educational people. You have the professors of all the universities, the heads of the universities being right here. Diplomatic corps and foreign institutions. We had the ambassador of Mexico here yesterday. Professional management. All the executives who are running companies, you are here. Media professionals, the guys who are here, the media is right here. NGOs, civil society groups, and finally, religious cultural leaders plus teachers. If you can get all of them into a room and get them to agree on something, you can move a country forward really rapidly. So this is what I call the Integrated Development Framework, a new model for societal progress. You can do it in any sort of way, a National Development Council, Public-Private Partnership Forum, which is what we're doing here, or intersectoral roundtable, think tanks, that's like Capri. But that stuff, it has real results. Why? I'm proposing to you guys that you decide to take on a technology stack. Let me explain. Singapore, one of the fastest growing countries in the world, which we compare ourselves to, which beat us a long time ago, I heard their minister say, what do we need to make our country grow? He said, guys, we need to work on small business first. We're going to create a technology stack, a layer of tools for businesses that all the businesses just use. And if all those businesses could use the same tools, it'd be very flexible to upskill yourself quickly, change workers, and of course be easy to invest because it'd be the same language or the same ecosystem or technology between all those things. So for you guys, accounting for finance, I have QuickBooks here. CRM, you should use Salesforce or HubSpot, communication. Either use Slack, that's what I use, product management, ClickUp, Trello, Asana, marketing and sales, jump on Hootsuite, MailChimp. And e-commerce, if you're advanced, do Shopify. If you're a coder, you can do WooCommerce. If not, I use Wix. The whole website process here was built for Wix. Website content management, we use Wix. Wix is a platform tool that did the digital tickets for us, did the scanning, as well as built the whole website. Now, Singapore just said this. I have over here, what do you need to attract investment? Good laws that are understandable and not too aggressive on employers and not too aggressive in the form of employees. Work with standardized skills, flexible works situation to upskill and quickly upsize and downsize if necessary. The modern minister says, hey, I just need to make it really easy to invest in Singapore because we are using the same stack. Now, our modern ministers are trying to create a stack for the country to succeed. Look where you see behind. Do you see that thing called the Business Builder? It is so important to understand what that institution, DBJ, is. The DBJ gave me $4 million Jamaican dollars 5 years ago. My business was doing about 25 million in revenue. Today, I'm doing over 100 million in revenue. I pay way more tax than $4 million. Do you understand that the government is the people that gave me the money to grow my business? And now I pay them back in taxes way more every year? You understand how amazing that is? And the DBJ increased the amount. They said they're going to give you $7 million for small businesses, $4 million, and people do not apply. It's really sad that there's an agency that every day they're looking at how you can actually build businesses, and we don't apply. That's crazy. The next thing is, this same institution over there has decided this year to give me 20 million Jamaican dollars to build a massive studio. That is something that is real. And they just gave a bunch of entrepreneurs and tertiary students money right here for them to go out and create more wealth for the country. That's incredible. Now we have all this AI stuff. To just get into it quickly, there is two types of AI. There's snackable AI, that's on the left-hand side. That's quick bite, something you can start right away. And you have DNA change AI. Who of you here is already using the snackable? Can I see anyone here who's used ChatGPT? Just put up your hands if you've actually used ChatGPT. It's snackable. You can go on ChatGPT right now and make some sort of report, some sort of document or a list, and literally get a result instantly. The other stuff is a bit harder. You're going to have to get a consultant. You're going to have to try to implement it. Now, I did a conference for the real estate people about what could you do for AI. My girlfriend's in the back right there. We're building a house together. We're using AI to build the whole house. Right? It's doing all the designs. It's doing all the work. It did our bill of quantity stuff. It saved us so much money. We didn't have to pay an architect. We didn't have to pay a designer. We're saving way much more money and building wealth for ourselves. That's on a personal level. But in our business, in Telligent, we are scaling up so fast thanks to AI. We're able to move faster. We're doing our client work faster. And some of our graphics and some of the things we're building are with AI. Okay? Now, you can do things for client acquisition, for customer service, for documentation. Someone called me in this meeting right here and said, Craig, we need a terms of reference by today or else you can't get this contract. Without AI, I'd be like freaking out. What the hell am I going to do? But with AI, we go off in a corner for 10, 15 minutes. We take our original presentation, I think, and then we just do AI. Okay? So that's what it is. So all these things you can use AI to do. Strategic planning. Now, I wrote prompts for people to take a picture, but the quality isn't very good here. So maybe I'll just email it to you guys after. In terms of what you can do to actually get the stuff done, right? And I'm going to just go a quick live demo, which is going to take literally 15 seconds to blow you away. So here, hey ChatGPT, I'm in front of an audience with a minister. His name is Dr. Dunn. I'm in front of my chairman, Omar Azan. I'm also in front of PS Risden and a bunch of other important stakeholders. I'm really nervous on stage. Can you tell them something impressive about my business at Telligent, as well as the DBJ, and how they're going to help me grow my business and maybe give them some opportunities for them? Just speak freely. Thank you, ChatGPT.
It's an honor to be here today in the presence of such esteemed individuals, including Dr. Don, Chairman Omar Azan, PS Risdan, and all other distinguished stakeholders. I'm here representing Telligent, a company dedicated to pushing the boundaries of innovation and excellence in our industry. At Telligent, we are not just a business. We are a catalyst for growth and transformation. With the support of the Development Bank of Jamaica, DBJ, we have embarked on a journey to scale our operations, enhance our technological capabilities, and expand our market reach. DBJ's invaluable support through financing and advisory services has enabled us to implement cutting-edge solutions that drive efficiency and productivity. Our vision is to create a sustainable business model that not only contributes to economic development, but also inspires other enterprises to embrace innovation. We see numerous opportunities for collaboration with stakeholders here today, from joint ventures in new technologies to partnerships in community.
Thanks. Thanks, ChatGPT. That was really, really good. People are clapping. I wonder if you can hear it. But just to impress them again, because I think we used it to do our event. She says I gotta go. So why don't you just wrap it up and say goodbye for them? But impress the hell out of them. Say something that's gonna impress them. Come on, ChatGPT. Let's do it.
Thank you so much for your warm applause. It truly means a lot to me and the entire team at Telligent. Before I wrap up, I want to leave you with one last thought. At Telligent, we are committed to not only advancing our business, but also to contributing significantly to Jamaica's economic and social landscape. With our innovative solutions and the unwavering support of partners like the Development Bank of Jamaica, we are poised to become a beacon of technological excellence in the region. Our goal is to not only grow ourselves.
Thanks, ChatGPT. That's good. Thank you. See? That was quick, instant, live. Now with that, It is available free today for all of you on your phone. Please download ChatGPT 4.0. It is free. You can get it right now, and you can play around with the voice. It's live and free. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And if you want to buy me, I have to say this. $1,000 for your board presentation, $3,000 for your team workshop, $500 for personal training from one of my employees, $15,000 for all day for your team, and $40,000 for a 2-day workshop, which we're doing next week for JMB. So we've already sold stuff like this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. A round of applause for him, please. It was only fitting for him to drop the plug. Love that. All right, so we are ready to close out our summit, but we could not do so without a lovely raffle from one of our sponsors, CariMed, aka Kendall. You've been enjoying some of their products today, so at this time I'd like to invite the representative from Kendall and of course Mr. Reese Campbell, who will be doing the closing remarks. So we are going to select our winner, and for you to win, you have to be here. So if the name draw and the person not here, don't tell me is your friend and they had to leave early, or your co-worker and they had to leave early. We're gonna try until we find somebody who is physically still here with us, all right? Reese, shake, shake, shake. Authorized on the Betting Game and Lotteries Act, the BGLC. Let's see who our winner is. Is this Roho Grant? Royo. This is why I look like a G. Royo. I was a little confused. I don't know if it was J. I don't know if it was G. This look like white here, Reese. Royo, congratulations to you. Courtesy of Kendall from the CariMed Group. A lovely gift basket there just for you. So we're going to be inviting Mr. Reese Campbell to close us out this afternoon. Reese?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are thinking about leaving, I just want to let you know that at the end of the vote of thanks, there's a gift or a prize for the person who can remember everything I said. That's just generally what it is. I'll give you more details closer to the end. But guess what? As I said, if you are planning to walk out to beat traffic, give up. You want this prize. You really want it. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. You see how I just switched? And distinguished guests, good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us in celebrating the Future of Work and Productivity Summit 2024 under the theme, Bridging the Innovation and Productivity Gaps, Education, Skills, and Economic Transformation. Year after year, the Jamaica Productivity Center team works assiduously to prepare events like this to reach out to the public. This one is no exception. First of all, I want you to join me in thanking the hard-working team at the Jamaica Productivity Center. When I call your name, please stand. Mrs. Tamar Nelson, Jonathan Isaacs, Miss Michaela Ann Urquhart, Mrs. Colette Barham, Miss Shanique Orr, Mr. Stephen Smith, Mr. Raheem Bell, Mr. Brandon Udofia, Mrs. Daphne Matthews, and Miss Winsome Variel. Please stand. I would also like to give special thanks. Don't think you can sit down there, Donna. No. Donna Patterson, and to our interns, Jacia Alexander and Royo Grant, a.k.a. Rojo, a.k.a. Rogo, a.k.a. all of the other names that we were just giving him a while ago based on his bad penmanship. Thank you very much, Jamaica Productivity Center staff. You made this happen. We also want to thank the Public Relations Department of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for their unwavering support. We know we can count on them to help us fulfill our mandate. Naturally, we have to thank, most importantly, our ministers, the Honorable Pernell Charles and the Honorable Norman Dunn. And we also have to give a special thank you to our permanent secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden. Thank you so much. You are the ones who have made it happen today. Now, we've had a riveting afternoon full of speakers and panelists. They've given us their time voluntarily and they've shared their knowledge. Their contributions to this event are integral to achieve and sustain productivity and growth. We want to thank everyone who competed in our competitions. Congratulations are in order for our productivity competition winners. Every entrant has made our competition possible. Each one of you who have entered today, you have strived to push the country's productivity potential even further. We want to thank also the experts like Mr. Christopher Brown. Are you still here, Mr. Brown? Chris Brown? No, he's not here, and I had to call him Chris Brown. I'm sorry, I just couldn't resist. We have to thank our partners from like the Development Bank of Jamaica, Biggie, and most importantly, Adtelligent, for allowing us to continuously improve the competition. We are immensely grateful. Now, listen me good. Please allow me to delve into the vernacular from time to time. It's just so that I can ensure that you are staying in tune with what I'm saying. Listen me good. I'm going to call the sponsor them now, and I want you to listen me good. We would like to thank our diamond sponsors, National Insurance Scheme, NIS, Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, JCPD, the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and Compete Caribbean. We also want to thank our platinum sponsors, Development Bank of Jamaica, DBJ, Biggie, Adtelligent, Incos Services Limited, Heart Trust NTA. We also want to thank our silver sponsors, Cable and Wireless Business, or as most of you may know, Flow Jamaica, China Harbor, Carimed, Intcomex Jamaica, and our bronze sponsors, Avanza Outsourcing, Boss Furniture. This, I don't know if I should pronounce this in English or Spanish, but it's AM Gestion HD, or AM Gestion HD, National Certification Body of Jamaica. And most importantly, we would want to also thank our partner, the University of Technology Jamaica, and all of our exhibitors. A round of applause for them, please. Allow me the opportunity to also thank our media houses, JNN, JIS, Nationwide, the RJR group of companies, and Power 106 for capturing today's proceedings. The JPC was formed 21 years ago. I wasn't born yet. Let's see if you all are paying attention. See, no one is paying attention. So the JPC has the mission of promoting and facilitating productivity improvement here in Jamaica. Our work throughout the decades and the events today show what is needed and possible for bridging the innovation and productivity gaps. Education, skills, and economic transformation. So now, as we close the third and final day of our events, please remember, our work has only just begun. There's a song, we've only just begun. And we've only just begun. Because the future of work and productivity lies with every single person in this room. In a demonstrated effort to improve the quality of service to our stakeholders, we are ISO 9001-2015 certified. We are here to serve you, offering everything that you need from public education, research, measurement to capacity building, training, and benchmarking. We look forward to forging partnerships to enhance productivity research, policy, and advocacy. Like we have reached out today, we invite all to reach out to us for productivity consultation, assessment, and auditing needs. So, allow me the opportunity to also thank our sign language interpreters. And it would be remiss if I didn't thank our hostess with the mostest and the boastess, Talia Suarez. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all your continued support, and remember, productivity is everybody's business. So just before I invite Talia to say the final word, let me ask you a question, and the person who can, where is them? Oh, we've taken up the mic already. But the person who can make their way on stage and name 5 sponsors. 5 sponsors. Make your way on the stage if you want to win the prize. That way I know you was listening. We have 2 people here. Oh, all right, my girl, come on the other side. So we have 3 people. No, I don't know. I didn't really think that I would get 3 people on the stage. So now we're going to have to find some way to figure out who the winner is going to be. We may have to ask someone to dance. Does anyone want to drop out now? Nope. Look like we're going to have dancing then. So my technical crew, I needed to find something that these people can dance. So we're not doing anything difficult, no drift. Anything. Play something for me. Play something. Ready? They say no. All right. So we'll move to plan B. Rock, paper, scissors. Best of 3. Okay. What's your name, my dear?
Juanita.
Juanita.
Chantel.
Chantel.
Dominic.
Dominic. Okay. Juanita, Chantel, Dominic. We have a prize to give. Only one prize. Rock, paper, scissors. You have to answer the question first. 5 sponsors. Go.
IDB, JCPD, Development Bank of Jamaica, Biggie, CariMed.
Okay. Thank you, Juanita. All right.
So IDB, NCBJ, UTech, Artrust NTA, HEC, and
Okay.
Kendall.
Okay.
5? Yeah, 5. NCBJ, the Development Bank of Jamaica, UTech, China Harp winner.
All right, thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, it looks like already we have a winner. We don't need to rock, paper, scissors. Juanita, you have distinctly won the prize. Thank you very much for participating. You can see us on the other side to collect $100 credit from Flow. Just kidding. Thank you very much.
Hello, Jamaica. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security would like to hear from you about the future of work and the impact.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Reese Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are still here with us, we want to thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed our summit. A lot of invaluable information was shared over this 3-day period, and we hope that, we will all use it to enhance our workspace so that we will have a more innovative, inclusive, and productive Jamaica. My name is Talia Suarez, and it has been an absolute pleasure to be here with you over the 2 days of the 3. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, everybody. Thank you. We do have 2 videos, though, we're going to play from the ministry and, of course, the Jamaica Productivity Center, so you can turn your attention to the screens before you leave. Thank you.
Hello, Jamaica. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security would like to hear from you about the future of work and the impact of technology on our jobs. Let's dive in to Dwayne. Hi, how are you?
I'm alright so far.
So how do you think technology is changing the way of work today?
Well, the truth is, based on the nation, and technology is the way to go. So what we basically need to do is to get ourselves in gear to be able to produce and to be competitive in the world of work.
As it relates to technology, I believe that persons are fearing the change with AI and all the technology advances that are currently in the scope of the industry, persons are fearing whether or not they're going to lose their jobs. Some persons don't want to adapt to the change of understanding how these new systems can help them with their jobs. So persons are fearful of maybe job loss, learning about the new technology. You know, people don't want to learn how to use the software that, you know, is currently available for them to actually do their job.
How can business prepare themselves? Number one, by researching yourself within the industry that you fall in. You have to be one step ahead of your competitors. And therefore, by equipping yourself with the knowledge of where the industry is unfolding, then you are preparing yourself to be a part of that, and will put you in a much better place than your competitors. Remember, in business, it's a competitive landscape and you want to be ahead of your competitor. So acquaint yourself with the knowledge.
Jason, how do you think technology is impacting the way of work today?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, so we live in an age where technology is so accessible and it's literally at your fingertip. Yeah, and I feel like even with the way technology has been advancing, a lot of corporate Jamaica has also been incorporating the advancements of technology in the way they operate. And so I feel like, you know, in short time, in a very short time, you might find that a lot of roles and the way people function in the workplace is going to become obsolete, potentially also with the replacement of their functions with the use of technology.
If you could learn one new thing that would help you with your business or the world of work, what would it be?
Okay, so in my trade that I know I'm currently doing, I would learn to farm and to just find out more of the background history of the flower and herb that we use for various reasons, and how technology will help to improve that.
AI, it will advance our workplace. It will advance productivity. I think one of the fear that persons have is that it is coming to take over. AI is actually coming to take over their jobs. But the truth is, what we put into AI, that's what we'll get out. Okay. So realistically, while we advance AI, we also need to advance ourselves so that we can see the weak spots and we'll always be advanced.
Education is the key to preparing you to bridge that education gap. If you do not acquaint yourself with knowledge, if you do not associate yourself with industry leaders, that will impart knowledge, that will educate you more in the areas that you are now a part of, then you are going to be left behind. So you have to prepare yourself. And this is where education and being exposed to information that will allow you to prepare yourself properly for the future of work.
Everybody gather round.